Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was the son of All for One? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Izuku and his mother didn't always live with Izuku's father. Before they lived a happy normal life. Well, as normal as you can get when the child's two uncles were the pro heroes, Eraserhead and Present Mike. Along with the boy being quirkless and an Omega. The child constantly was the target of bullying. Even from his oldest friend, Kaken. Or as most knew him, Bakugo Katsuki. But one day, Izuku's father returned. He had heard his mother scream his father's name, and so he ran to his mother, fully expecting to see the man from the pictures his mother had shown him, though the 7-year-old was left with the sight of a tall and incredibly intimidating man that didn't seem anywhere near as friendly as what the pictures had shown. Immediately Inko commanded Izuku to go to his room, though the boy not being quick enough to dodge his father's hand that grabbed his own, the tall man kneeling to the boy, despite Inko's shouts. "Hello Izuku, it's so good to see you again my son. Now let's go. You and your mother are staying with me from now on." After that, everything was a blur. Izuku had awoken the next day to a strange misty shadow-like man bringing him a fresh pair of clothes and some breakfast. The small gray-themed room he was in creating a somber and bleak mood. "If you would like young Izuku, you may come out and meet your brother, he has been anxious to meet you," the mist man stated, while Izuku merely nodded politely. Though a million questions soon filled his head. Where was he? Where was Mama? And since when did he have a brother? Though Izuku chose not to dwell on his questions, quickly eating the eggs prepared for him and throwing on the clothes, only to realize that the size was far too big, the boy had to roll up the sleeves and breathes. And so, Izuku left his room and walked into the room that was adjacent to his. The door opened slightly, revealing a crusty-skinned boy. Izuku slowly walked into the room, hesitant to see if this was who the mist man had spoken of. "So, you're my baby brother," the boy stated more so than asked as a creepy smile stretched onto his face. Izuku merely nodded in response, the smile not intimidating him. "Come here, baby brother. We can play a question game so we can get to know each other. It's strange if we know nothing of each other," the boy commanded while Izuku obeyed hesitantly and took a seat next to the older boy. And after a few hours of playing the game, the two knew more about each other than what was expected. And Tenko ultimately decided that Izuku was the perfect little brother, and he was ever so grateful to Sensei for bringing him home. At first, it was amazing, while his mother had a few reservations and concerns about Izuku's adopted brother whom she knew nothing about. Inko quickly grew to love Tenko as her own. And the two boys happily grew together as brothers. Tenko thrilled to take on the role of the Alphan big brother. Izuku and Tenko grew very close, very quickly. Inko no longer had to work, seeing as none left the base of sorts they lived in. While both boys were thrilled to have their mother with them so often. And Izuku was no longer bullied at school because he was homeschooled with his brother. Izuku had confided in Tenko about his past of abuse from his bullies due to being born quirkless and as an Omega. The older Alphan boy immediately grew angry at the confession. He saw no reason for Izuku to face such torment for no reason. So, he grew protective of his little brother. Izuku only grew happier because he finally had someone who understood. But his father had different views than his sons. While at first Izuku didn't question the frequent visits from their family doctor. Every time Izuku was injected with a strange liquid, the boy learned to stop asking questions about it. His father always gave him a look that freighted the poor boy whenever he dared ask any type of question. Though after every doctor visit Izuku would always stumble into Tenko's room crying, an unbearable pain coursing through his entire body, making him feel as though every bone in his body was breaking and reforming. And Tenko was left holding his brother tightly against him as his heart broke every time his little brother would come to him in tears. After a multitude of visits from the doctor that left Izuku mortified of the annual visits, Inko finally stepped in, much to Tenko's request. Though once she did, Izuku was forbidden to see Tenko or Inko after any visit, and with how often the visits were, the boy was constantly locked in his room, listening to Tenko's shouts for him from the outside, and despite his best efforts, the guard that covered Izuku's mouth silenced his cries for his big brother. Though one night after one of Izuku's more painful appointments, the boy had passed out in the middle of it. The boy was awoken to his mother frantically stuffing his backpack full of clothes and a few other things, only then noticing that his mouth guard had been taken off. Mama? What's going on? The boy stuttered while his mother looked at him horrified. Oh, Izuku. Oh, gods, what has he done? Inko muttered as she ran forward and cupped the boy's face, though her attention solely on Izuku's hands and arms. Despite the boy's hair being an entirely different color, his once pitch-black hair now a viridian green that matched his eyes. The boy still being in a strange drugged state, his last doctor visit only had been a few hours prior. Mama? What's wrong? Izuku asked while Inko could only sob as she hugged the boy gently. Izuku only looked at his mother questioningly, before his attention was drawn to his hands and arms. The boy then noticed the strange shadow-like mist that danced around his arms and soon crept onto Inko's, the woman soon feeling as though something was being drained from her. Only for Izuku to then look over to a book on his nightstand, the book then flying over to the two, as Inko gasped in shock at the sight of the book hovering next to them. Immediately Izuku jerked back, along with the mist that had wrapped around Inko's hand. The book then fell onto the bed as Inko and Izuku looked at each other wide-eyed. Why, you're like him. Oh gods. Oh no. Inko muttered as she realized what kind of quirk all for one had forced onto the boy. It is quite a bit like mine, isn't it? Though unfortunately, it's still weak, as is its holder. He can only temporarily steal quirks. But he needs the help from FING shadows. Unfortunately, Inko. Our son is pathetically weak. Inko then flinched horribly at the sound of the man, while Izuku merely cowered behind his mother. Not another step, Hisashi. Inko screamed as spread her arms out, trying to shield her son from the man. Inko, I wish it would have never come to this. Tamura and Izuku will miss you dearly. All for one stated as he summoned the woman forward to him, her body going stiff and limp due to the quirk. Mama. Izuku screamed as he attempted to get off of his bed and run forward, only for a red tendril to escape from all for one's arm and grab Izuku, holding the boy up in the air, covering the boy's mouth to quiet his screams of horror and pain. Oh Izuku, if only you didn't make me do this. All for one stated cruelly, the man then gripping the woman's neck harshly, only for the life to leave her eyes a few moments later, as Izuku screamed in pure terror and agony. Once the red tendril dropped Izuku, and all for one allowed Inko's body to fall limp onto the floor. Izuku immediately stumbled forward to his mother, his sobs and cries broke due to the damaged windpipe that the tendril had caused. BBR, bring her back. PPL please. Father. Izuku begged as he stumbled forward to the man, gripping the villain's side like a lifeline, praying that he would wake up, that this would be nothing more than a nightmare and he would awaken in Tenko's arms like he always did whenever he used to have a nightmare. I can't undo this, Izuku. You're the one who did it. Not me. You could have prevented this, if only you weren't so weak. All for one stated as he grabbed the woman's lifeless body as he then walked to the door, leaving Izuku sobbing on the floor. Though before the man closed the door, and left Izuku in utter darkness, the mouth guard then flew to Izuku's mouth and latched on painfully like a magnet. Izuku muffled scream at the hard metal hitting his mouth muffled. This was your fault, Izuku. All for one stated as he then closed the door, leaving Izuku in nothing but black. While the boy curled in on himself and cried. The appointments didn't become as often, though the training did. All for one would take the boy out of the dark room and bring him into a slightly brighter one, only for the boy to see an innocent civilian tied up to a chair, and all for one commanding him to steal their quirk, which in all reality he could only do for up to 20 minutes. Much to his father's disappointment. Every day when Izuku would walk that long hallway with the doctor, he prayed that he would see Tenko, that his brother would save him. The one time Tenko found out where Izuku's appointments were being held, the boy came barging in and screamed at the doctor to unhand his brother, even going as far as to disintegrate a few of the doctor's equipment tools. The Alphan boy then grabbed his brother and took him back to his room, and even when their father returned, only to hear of what Tenko had done, the boy still guarded Izuku. All for one had convinced Tenko of something, Izuku wasn't sure what. Because after that one time, Izuku never saw Tenko again. Only hearing his brother call out for him when he would walk the long hallways of their base. And Izuku's muffled screams for his brother would go unnoticed. But Izuku knew that no matter how much wishing or screaming he did, he would be unheard. And after every failed session the same punishment would befall Izuku, all for one raising the boy into the air by some strange quirk that made Izuku's body go stiff, only for his skin to tear in thin, long lines, that made it seem as if he had bloody vines running up his arms. Though the amount of blood that spilled from the wounds would always cause Izuku to pass out, despite the amount of pain the boy was in, he barely ever cried or screamed when he was punished. His mind reminded him that he deserved it for killing his mother, that he deserved it for being weak. And the poor boy had gone practically numb to the pain and everything else so long ago. Every day seemed to be on repeat for the boy until one day, Kurogiri, his and Tenko's caretaker, came into the room. The mist-like man holding a small plate that had 2 small cookies on it. The boy then realized how long it had been since he had eaten when his stomach growled loudly at the sight of the treats. Happy birthday, young Izuku. Your brother sends his best regards. Though you will be unable to see him today. He wished to have given this to you today. Kurogiri stated as he pulled out a small blue cat plush, the shade of the blue reminding Izuku of his brother's hair. The mist-like man then reached down to Izuku to take off the mouthguard. Immediately Izuku took the plush, disregarding the food before him, despite his growing hunger, as he hugged the plush tightly, searching for some kind of warmth from it, wishing that the toy could replicate the warmth from his brother's hugs. Thank you. How old am I now? You are 10 today, Izuku. Tenko is 15. Okay. Thank you. Izuku muttered quietly as he then grabbed the 2 cookies and sat on the floor, the mist-like man soon joining him. And Izuku was ever grateful for the company. Will I have to do training again today? No, the doctor, young Tenko, and Imster have left the base for today. Though Imster will be back soon. Okay, thank you. The boy then looked down at the plush and had to force himself not to cry at the longing he felt. He wished nothing more than to see his brother. To see his mother once again, though he soon came to terms with the fact that that night was not a nightmare. Though when Kurogiri finally left the room, leaving Izuku in the same horrible pitch black, the boy allowed his tears to flow freely, his mouth guard having been put back on where it was meant to be, muffling his sobs. Izuku wasn't sure how much time had passed. He spent most of it rubbing the bandages that were wrapped around his arms and went up to his shoulders, nearly reaching his collarbone. His father's constant reminder to him that he was too weak. Though Izuku froze at the sound of crashing and people screaming. He was horrified when the sound of footsteps came to his door. Though they were nothing like his father's, they were light, well-placed, and seemingly not as angry. Though that didn't stop Izuku from quickly scurrying to the corner of his room, hugging the plush tightly, wishing that it were his brother with him instead. Though when the strange silhouette of the intruder came closer to Izuku, the boy could only cry and shake horribly. But when a gentle and hesitant hand was placed on his shoulder, the boy's scream muffled due to the guard, the pain that shot through his side ever prominent, the hand immediately wrenched away. Izuku? Is that you? That voice. He knew that voice. That voice was attached to so many good memories. But who was it? Izuku then turned to the stranger, only for his eyes to widen at the sight of Shota Aizawa. Or as Izuku had always known him, Uncle Sho. Though when Izuku turned his head to face the man, Aizawa paled at the sight of Izuku, the boy's hair a completely different color, dark circles, that were even worse than his own, were prominent against Izuku's unhealthily pale skin, and the boy covered in bandages. Immediately Aizawa took the mouth guard off of Izuku, the boy then merely sobbed at the sight of his uncle. The older Omega then grabbed Izuku and shushed the boy gently as he ran out of the room. Izuku had never seen the hallways go by so fast. He had also never seen half of these hallways. But Izuku only then registered that his Uncle Sho was there, at a villain base. Which meant that there were more heroes as well. But as Aizawa continued to run down the hallways, passing by a few other heroes who were running in the opposite direction, they came upon All Might and All for One. The two fighting viscously. Izuku immediately ducked into his uncle's shoulder, the sounds of the fight filling his ears and causing his heart rate to spike horribly. Though when they finally made it out of the base, Izuku then truly saw how many heroes there were. And he had hope. Hope that he and his brother would make it out, that they would be free. Their father never would be given the chance to be able to hurt them again. Though Izuku was quickly taken to one of the medics that were on standby, the woman gasped at the sight of the boy, immediately yelling a command to someone nearby, though Izuku didn't care to listen. He was free, All Might would win, and he and his brother would be safe. Because the heroes always won. Izuku remembered seeing the fight. He remembered waking up in the hospital a few weeks later, the boy suffering from malnutrition, damaged tendons in his arms, a couple of minor bruises and gashes, and a lot of not-so-minor scars and gashes caused by All for One's punishments, and a concussion. Though when he woke up, he was horrified when he saw the doctor's equipment. So, the first thing he did, he jumped out of the hospital bed, and despite his aching body he ran to the door and ran out into the hallway. A few passerby doctors and nurses tried to grab the boy, though Izuku ran too quickly for them. Izuku wasn't sure where he was running to, or who he was running to, but he didn't care. He just needed to get away from there, he needed to get away from the doctors. He needed to get away from. Though when Izuku ran headfirst into someone, he expected them to yell, to hit him, do something. But instead, when he curled up on himself and looked away, bracing himself for the worst, a gentle hand lightly placed itself on top of his head. Much to Izuku's surprise and slight disbelief, the boy still tensed in case the gentle touch was just a trap. Hey now little listener. I'm happy to see you awake, but you shouldn't be running so much, you got hurt back there, and I don't think you need to give your Uncle Sho another heart attack. That voice, he knew that voice. His Uncle Zashi. You Uncle Z Zashi? Izuku stuttered while turning his head hesitantly to face the man, only to be met with a gentle smile and kind emerald eyes, similar to Izuku's viridian-colored ones. That's right little listener. Now, do you think it's okay if I carry you back to your room? I just don't you to get hurt cause of your running. Hizashi stated while Izuku nodded. The man then gently picked Izuku up, careful of the boy's wounds, as he walked back to Izuku's room. Though the boy tensed at the sight of the doctor's equipment. Does that stuff scare you, bud? Hizashi asked as he pointed to the equipment once he had placed Izuku down on the bed. The boy nodded hesitantly. Well, no need to be. Hizashi commanded as he grabbed one of the utensils and tapped it against his bare arm, continuing to do so with the rest of them, showing Izuku that they were not meant to cause harm. Now look at this one. It's a little weird, you put these things in your ears like this and then you put them on someone's chest to hear their heartbeat? Hizashi explained as he showed Izuku a stethoscope. Now this fancy thing. I have no idea what this thing does. But we can find out little listener, let's just see what we can . Ehem. Hizashi was then cut off by the doctor as she cleared her throat loudly to announce her presence. The man quickly placed the tool back on the cart and turned to face the doctor with a sheepish smile. Hey Duck. Didn't hear you come in. Hizashi tried to play it cool while the doctor merely rolled her eyes and walked forward to Izuku. The boy tensed as she came closer, causing Hizashi to quickly step in front of the boy. Sir. If you cannot behave in this room then I will have to kick you out. It is already bad enough that you didn't alert me that he was awake. The doctor scolded while Hizashi scowled. Well, he was having a bit of trouble and he was scared. So I helped him. And your medical procedures can wait. He's scared of you, Hizashi stated coldly, while the doctor merely huffed. Despite his afflictions with me, I need to do my job and make sure there is no further damage. He went through an insane amount of trauma. I need to make sure that emergency decisions will not have to be made, the doctor stated coldly as she walked to the other side of the bed to Izuku. It's not a personal affliction. It's called he's scared and you're not helping. Hizashi growled, though the doctor merely rolled her eyes and grabbed one of the tools. Izuku flinched as she did so. Sir, I will have you removed. Pro-hero or not, you cannot behave this way. The doctor scolded as she grabbed Izuku's arm and inspected the scars that traveled from his fingertips up to his bicep, fading away once reaching his collarbone. All right then. Izuku Midoriya was it? We have to do some tests, and once we are done and you pass them you may leave with your family. The doctor stated blandly, though Izuku began to shake as once she said he needed to pass their tests, horrified of the punishment that would befall him if he were to fail. After multiple tests, many of which caused Izuku to go into panic attacks, and despite how aggressive Hisashi would get with any of the doctors, or how many times Izuku would begin to sob, they didn't stop their procedures, and even dragged Hisashi out of the room at one point. The alpha snarled and growled the entire time while Izuku only cried harder. His fear of these doctors increased. But once it was all said and done, Izuku had thankfully passed all of the tests. The hospital allowed Hisashi to take him home. Though the alpha only put Izuku in the car as he gave the boy multiple treats and toys to occupy him for a moment as he turned on the car and locked it, storming back inside the hospital to raise some hell. Izuku didn't understand why Hisashi had stormed back inside the hospital. It was clear he was angry. Why did he not just yell or hit Izuku? That's what always happened when his father or the doctor would get mad at him. Though the boy chose not to ask as Hisashi came back to the car, apologized for leaving so suddenly, stating that he had just forgotten something inside as the two drove to UA. Now Izuku was incredibly confused as to why he was being carried into UA. He recognized the school from the sports festival that he used to watch on TV with Tenko. But he didn't understand why he was going inside such a prestigious school. Hey Izuku, you ready to see Hitoshi again? Remember him? Your cousin? We'll get you changed first, then you and him can go play. Hisashi whispered to Izuku while the boy immediately lit up at the idea of seeing Hitoshi. The boy had been close to Izuku before he left to go live with his father. Izuku merely nodded to Hisashi as the man smiled, quickly turning into the teacher's lounge and grabbing his bag from one of the hangers, thankfully the lounge having been empty at the time so no one would come up to Hisashi and Izuku, bombarded with questions. After getting Izuku changed, Hisashi walked into one of the empty gyms where Hitoshi was practicing using the capture scarf that Shota had gotten him for his birthday, promising to teach the boy how to use it so he would be skilled with it when he would become a hero. Though Hitoshi turned towards the door upon hearing it open, only to allow the scarf to fall back onto his shoulders as he spotted Izuku, hidden in Hisashi's arms. Hey bud, it's okay. It's just Toshi. Remember that nickname? It's okay, no one will hurt you. Hisashi whispered to Izuku as he nodded to Hitoshi for the boy to come forward. Immediately the young alpha ran forward to see his long-lost cousin better. Gently Hisashi placed Izuku onto the ground, still keeping his hands on the boy's shoulders if he needed to grab Izuku again. Though once Izuku's gaze met Hitoshi's, the boy immediately threw himself into the young alpha's arms. Hitoshi merely wrapped his arms around Izuku and hugged the boy tightly. Izuku, I've missed you. Are you okay? What happened? Papa and Dad told me that they found you and that you were in the hospital, but they said you were asleep. Did you just wake up? Hitoshi asked frantically, his mind running far. Too fast for his mouth, something that did not happen often. Hey now, don't worry guys. Papa and I will explain everything. And Izuku can tell his perspective of the story later. For now, you two play. But be gentle, Izuku just got out of the hospital. He's still tired, Hisashi warned while Hitoshi nodded, gently pulling Izuku over to a few of the mats where he had placed his book bag that had some drawing supplies and toys inside. Once Hisashi was sure the two were situated, he left the gym and headed to Aizawa's homeroom, knowing that the teacher would still be in there even though everyone had just gone to lunch. Hisashi stormed into the room where Aizawa was staring at a few papers. The parchments were thrown randomly onto the desk. The Omega wasn't at all focused on the papers and was just desperately trying to find a distraction. The man had freaked out once Hisashi had texted him that Izuku was awake and that the doctors were assholes. Though Aizawa jumped once he heard the heavy door to the 1A classroom barge open. Hisashi? Aizawa asked as he turned to the alpha, while the blonde stood in the doorway visibly shaking with rage. Aizawa, immediately noticing his husband's distress, pulled out the noise-canceling pillow that they had specifically made for Hisashi, tossing it to the alpha while the blonde sank his claws into the pillow as he shoved it into his face and screamed, his quirk activating though thankfully dulled by the pillow. Once Aizawa was sure his mate had released his pent-up anger, he walked over to Hisashi and placed a comforting hand on the man's shoulder. Hisashi, talk to me. What happened? Aizawa asked while Hisashi immediately latched onto his husband, his arms wrapping around the Omega's waist tightly as the blonde buried his head into the man's shoulder. Shota, if you had heard what they said about Izuku. Why the F they had treated him so cruelly. Their F reasoning. Hisashi stated venomously, his quirk activating at the end of his statement, only for Aizawa to quickly erase the man's quirk, saving his hearing. Hisashi, tell me what they said? They said that if it wasn't for us and the other pros making the hospital take him, they would have much rather let him suffer the way he deserves. Hisashi spit out bitterly. His grip only tightened on Aizawa. What? What the hell was their F reasoning? Aizawa shouted, his normal stoic exterior vanishing completely. All because of who his father is. All because he's related to that monster. They treated him as if he was the villain. As if he had the choice to be related to that BSD. They act as if his missing persons case meant nothing, the fact that Inko and he both were kidnapped by that motherfucker. Hisashi shouted, mindful to not activate his quirk, though frustrated tears soon blinded him as they welled up in his eyes. As Shota. He was crying. He kept coming to Emi. He begged me to make them stop. He was so horrified. And they didn't even care. They made me leave him. He was horrified by the doctors. And his scars. They were everywhere on him. And those fuckers didn't care. Hisashi shouted, though immediately turning away from his husband when his quirk activated, trying to spare his husband's hearing. Oh, Hisashi. It wasn't your fault. I'm sorry, I wish I could have been there. He's with Hitoshi now, right? Aizawa asked as he hugged his husband comfortingly. Why he is? Thanks Sho. Dad. Papa. Both Hisashi and Shota flinched once they heard Hitoshi scream, the two running out into the hallway to see the boy running towards the classroom. Hitoshi. What happened? Hisashi asked as he kneeled to his son, grabbing the boy's shoulders to steady him. It's Izuku. He seemed tired, so I gave him a stuffed animal to cuddle while he took a nap, but the minute he saw it he started crying. Then it looked like he was looking for something, but it only made him cry harder, and I didn't want to touch him and make it worse cause he looked like he was having a panic attack, Hitoshi stated as he pointed in the direction he came from. A stuffed animal? Why would he dash? Aizawa began to ask before his eyes widened in the realization. The man quickly ran into his office and pulled out the small blue cat plush that Izuku had when Aizawa had taken him from that god-awful room. Hisashi, you take care of Hitoshi, I got Izuku. Aizawa stated as he ran down the hallway, the two alphas watching as the Omega sprinted out of sight. Once reaching the gym, Aizawa carefully entered the room, slowly walking to Izuku. The boy curled up in on himself as he cried quietly, Aizawa's heart-wrenching at the sight. Hey, Izuku. It's just me, Uncle Sho. I think I have what you were looking for. Aizawa said as he placed the small plush in front of Izuku. The boy then looked up slowly before quickly grabbing the plush and hugging it tightly. You alright now? I'm guessing that plush is important to you? Aizawa asked while Izuku slowly looked to the older Omega before nodding. Izuku, can you talk? Does it hurt at all when you do? Or does it scare you to talk? If you can't answer by speaking, just hold up 1, 2, or 3 fingers to answer, okay? Aizawa asked as he demonstrated for Izuku, while the boy held up 2 fingers on one hand and 3 on the other. I see, don't worry, we'll see what we can do about it hurting, but you don't have to speak unless you want to. And if you want, we can get you a little notebook so you can write out what you want to say, and I'm sure Hisashi wouldn't mind teaching you sign language. Aizawa stated while Izuku nodded. Once Aizawa was sure Izuku was calm again and that the boy would be okay with him picking him up, the Omega then walked back to his classroom where Hisashi and Hitoshi were waiting for the two. Hisashi, since you already took the day off, how about you head home with these two? I'll talk to Nizu about getting the whole school thing after class, Aizawa stated as he handed Izuku over to Hisashi. Hitoshi then looked up at the boy and smiling to him reassuringly. Sure, things show, Hitoshi, Izuku, we're going to head home, and when we get home, if you want Izuku, Hitoshi can help you pick out some things for your new room. I'll give you guys the iPad once we're home, Hisashi stated as he placed a kiss to Aizawa's cheek, making the Omega scrunch his face while Hitoshi faked gagged at the action. Go away, you loud blonde, Aizawa commanded as he pushed away Hisashi's face, the alpha pouting as the man did so. You love me. Now let's go, guys, we're getting ice cream, Hizashi stated while Hitoshi cheered, though Izuku looked at the two questioningly. Hizashi immediately noticed the confused look. Oh my dash. Izuku. Buddy, please tell me you remember ice cream? Or that you were at least allowed to have it? Hizashi asked desperately while Izuku shook his head in response. Both Hitoshi and Hizashi gasped a response. Okay. This is a level 10 emergency. Hitoshi, let's go. Hizashi shouted as he grabbed Hitoshi's hand as the two ran out of the classroom, Aizawa laughing quietly at the sight. I married an idiot. But he's my idiot. Much to Aizawa's promise, Izuku learned sign language along with him getting actual help with his trauma and wounds. While Recovery Girl and Hound Dog could only do so much, Izuku did get better as time went on, eventually opening up to Aizawa, Hizashi, and Hitoshi about what had happened to him and what he remembered. Though when the boy learned that they hadn't found Tenko, Izuku was left in disarray. He had hoped that he and his brother could both be happy, but All for One had other plans. Though when he was told that All for One was dead, the poor boy could only assume the worst. That Tenko had befallen the same fate. And after months, nearly an entire year of therapy and convincing, Izuku finally stopped blaming himself for his father's actions and the fate of his brother. Though that didn't mean he used or even accepted his quirk. The quirk his father had burdened him with. After a trip to Nizu's office one day, the family learned that Izuku's quirk could not only use the shadows to borrow others' quirks, but they could also be used as anything he could imagine, though with the limit it would drain his energy if he used the shadows too much. Though regardless of learning the abilities his quirk had, he refused to use it, that is until Aizawa convinced him, though the boy was still very hesitant. But once the boy returned to school with Hitoshi, he was met with quite a lot of bullies. Somehow a few of the kids found out about his quirk and decided he was a villain for it. And that helped little to none with Izuku's mental health. So Hizashi and Aizawa decided to pull the boys out of school and homeschool them, both taking private tutor lessons with Nizu. Though once the boys reached middle school, they were given the option to return to public school or remain homeschooled. While Hitoshi chose to go back to public schooling, Izuku decided it would be a better idea to stay homeschooled. Not that his brother minded. Izuku had soon begun to call Hizashi and Aizawa Dad and Papa. The Omega grew accustomed to his new family quickly and soon took Hitoshi as a big brother of sorts, despite the Alpha only being a couple of months older. To which Hitoshi loved to tease him. And finally, after 5 years of learning to handle his trauma and anxiety the best he could, Izuku and Hitoshi both were only a year from going to UA and getting into the hero course. Well, Izuku, I believe we are done for today. You finished your work very quickly today. I'm proud. Nizu praised the Omega while Izuku smiled at his teacher. Thank you, sir. I'm going to go meet up with Hitoshi. He should be getting off school here in a minute. Izuku stated as he packed up his things. Certainly, I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku. Yes, sir. As Izuku headed to Hitoshi's school, the boy decided to take a shortcut, only to be caught surprised by a villain. The criminal happened to be made of a type of sludge. While the villain immediately grabbed for Izuku, the boy quickly jumped out of the way, having heard the cover to the sewer being moved. Though the villain continued to try and grab at the boy, eventually cornering him. That is until the all-familiar catchphrase was shouted, Delaware smash. Izuku was nearly blown away from the sheer power of it, only to be a few feet away from where he had been cornered as All Might stood proudly in front of him, the hero putting the villain into a plastic bottle of sorts. My boy, thank you for your help. Happy to see that you were unharmed. Well, I must be going. All Might stated as he smiled at Izuku, though the boy quickly reached out to grab the hero's hand to stop him for a moment, only to have to latch on quickly as All Might super jumped into the air, Izuku screaming as he did so. What the dash? Hey, kid, let go. All Might shouted as he flew through the air. I do that I die. Izuku shouted back, his fear taking away the common sense he would normally have to not yell at the symbol of peace. Oh right. Fair point. All Might said with a laugh as he landed on a nearby rooftop. Was there something you needed help with? All Might asked as he turned to the boy. Oh, you and no, not exactly. But I wanted to thank you. I know you probably don't remember me, But you saved me when you defeated my father, and I just wanted to say thank you. And ask if you think that, and maybe I can be a hero too? Izuku asked hesitantly, the boy trying to hold back his excitement from meeting his hero, the man that defeated his father, the man that freed him. You're all for one's child? Am I not mistaken? Weiss kind of, though I don't refer to him as my father. Izuku stated as he looked away from the hero, All Might's stare suddenly becoming cold and uncomfortable to Izuku. I believe that for the sake of everyone around you, you will give up on those fantasies. No child of a villain should be a hero. Especially not one who is related to the worst man who has ever walked this earth. All Might stated coldly. Though Izuku could only flinch at the statement. I'm not like him. I promise. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to help people. Izuku shouted, though immediately covering his mouth once he saw All Might's glare. If you have any respect for me, or for the pro-heroes who serve our community, you will not become a pro-hero. All Might stated coldly, while Izuku could feel the tears welling in his eyes. Though as the pro went to walk away, Izuku couldn't help but instinctively reach out, whether it be to beg the pro to reconsider what he said or to yell at him for assuming he was anything like the man that he had once called his father. Though as Izuku grabbed the pro's hand, All Might vanished in a puff of smoke, and in his place stood a skeleton-like man, coughing blood. Oh my gods! All Might, are you all right? Izuku asked as he went to come closer to the pro, only for All Might to hold out his hand to stop Izuku. If you truly are not as bad as him, you will not be a pro-hero, and you will not put the lives of millions at risk all for a childish fantasy. And I expect you to say nothing about this. To anyone. All Might commanded venomously. The pro not even bothering to turn around to look at Izuku one final time, though the boy was thankful he didn't. It didn't allow All Might to see the tears that fell from his eyes as he left Izuku alone on the roof of a building. Once Izuku had calmed down from the panic attack that had taken over him once All Might left, he saw multiple missed calls and texts from both of his fathers and Hitoshi. But Izuku decided it would be safer to call Hitoshi first. Once making it to the ground level and walking away from the building, Izuku pulled out his phone to call his brother. Though he did not need to as his brother came barreling into him from behind. Izuku! There you are. Why didn't you meet up with me like usual? You told Papa and Dad that you were heading to my school? Hitoshi asked as he turned Izuku to face him, only for his eyes to widen at the sight of Izuku's puffy eyes. Izuku? What happened? Are you okay? Hitoshi fretted, immediately taking concern that his little brother had been crying and that he had not met up with him. I met All Might, Izuku stated while Hitoshi looked at his brother questioningly. Isn't that a good thing? Izuku stuttered as a sob broke his voice, only for Hitoshi to quickly bring him into a hug. Hey, it's okay. If you want, take your time to process and you can tell me when we get home, and you can tell Papa and Dad too. Hitoshi stated while Izuku could only nod. The two began their walk back home as Hitoshi texted their parents that he had found Izuku and something had happened. Once getting home, the boys were immediately ambushed by Aizawa and Hizashi, though when both of the men saw Izuku's puffy eyes they looked at Hitoshi for an explanation, only for the boy to shrug. Izuku, what happened? Aizawa asked while Izuku could only latch onto the older Omega, Hizashi, and Hitoshi looking at the two with worry. He said that he met All Might, but I don't think it was a good thing, Hitoshi stated while Aizawa and Hizashi looked at each other questioningly. What happened with All Might? Aizawa asked as he gently stroked Izuku's head. Ichi. Izuku tried to start only to be cut off by his sob. Hey, little listener, take your time. It'll be okay. Hizashi cut in, placing a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku then took a moment to breathe and collect his thoughts. He told me I can't be a hero. He said if I have any respect for pro-heroes, I won't try to be one. Be because of him. Izuku stated weakly, though the three went wide-eyed at the statement. How did you meet him? Why on earth would he say that? Hitoshi asked furiously. He saved me from a villain, and when I went to talk to him, he jumped away but I had accidentally grabbed him so he had to land on a rooftop of some building. Then I thanked him but he told me that I shouldn't be a hero. Then he left. Izuku explained as he buried his head into Aizawa's chest. Though Hisashi and Aizawa both became even angrier. He left you. On a roof? After you were attacked by a villain? Aizawa asked quietly, trying to hide the malice in his voice. Why, Hitoshi. Can you and Izuku go hang out for a second? Your dad and I need to talk. Aizawa stated calmly while Hitoshi nodded, Izuku merely grabbing Hitoshi's hand as they walked up the stairs to their rooms. Once Hitoshi and Izuku were out of sight and hearing range, Aizawa fell back onto the couch and practically vibrated with anger. Hisashi was nearly in the same condition, though choosing to help his mate with his anger before dealing with his own. Hisashi. How could he? Aizawa shouted, while Hisashi then hugged his husband, hoping to comfort him. I know, Sho, don't worry. They're both going to be pro heroes and they're going to be DMing good ones too. Especially if we're both training them. You've already taught Hitoshi how to use his capture weapon, and we've been working with Izuku enough to where he can borrow quirks for at least 30 minutes at a time, and he can manipulate his shadows into almost anything. We'll keep training them and they'll make it. Hisashi stated proudly, fully confident in both of his son's abilities. You're right. Thank you, Zashi. But I want to punch All Might. Oh ho, trust me, the feeling is mutual, though I would rather make him go deaf, Hisashi stated while Aizawa chuckled evilly. I won't stop you. Sho, have I ever told you how much I love you? Yes, daily. Now let's go cheer up those two. Before I go track down All Might and lose it on his butt? Izuku. You know that normally I don't care what you do when it comes to your quirk. But I'm dead but confused. Hitoshi stated as he started up at the ceiling of their training room, Izuku hanging from the ceiling by a shadow-like rope, the rope wrapped around his arms and up to his chest where it crossed over, wrapping around his waist at the end of it. I need to practice with it. I normally only practice borrowing quirks. I need to know what else my shadows can do. Izuku shouted from the ceiling. Fair. That's fair, but for the love of the gods, I'm going to have an early age heart attack. At least put a mat underneath you. Hitoshi shouted as he motioned to the hardwood floor beneath Izuku. I'll be fine. Demen it. Learn some self-preservation. Never. Izuku shouted with a giggle, Hitoshi merely growling quietly under his breath. The alpha then used his capture weapon to climb the walls and hang from the same bar that Izuku was. You're not the only one who can do this, you know, you little spider monkey. Hitoshi stated as he hung next to Izuku, the boy merely laughing at his brother. Yeah, but I actually know how to get down. Izuku stated proudly as he used his shadows to grab one of the agility bars and swing down from the ceiling. Hey, you little sheet. Hitoshi shouted while Izuku laughed as he ran out of the room. Though as Izuku ran out of the room, he ran into Aizawa. The man merely looked at Izuku questioningly while Izuku gave him the classic Aizawa smile. You left your brother hanging from the ceiling? Yup. Yeah, you're definitely my kid. But go get him, we have to take you two to the entrance exams, remember there today? Aizawa stated while Izuku nodded. I remember, Papa, just trying to find a way to calm the nerves beforehand, Izuku stated while Aizawa merely ruffled the boy's hair gently. You have nothing to fear. I know you both will make it into the hero course. Thanks, Papa. I'll grab Toshi. Izuku stated as he ran back into the room to grab his brother. Aizawa chuckled as he walked away so he could grab his husband. Once Hitoshi and Izuku had made it to you, Izuku stopped and stared at the building in awe. Though the boy began to shake slightly, Hitoshi immediately placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. Hey, it's okay. We're both going to make it. Hitoshi promised as Izuku nodded. The boy then followed the purple-haired alpha into the building, only for Izuku to trip on a broken slab of concrete before entering. And as Izuku braced himself to hit the ground, and Hitoshi attempted to grab the younger boy, the two were caught off guard by Izuku then floating in midair, Izuku not using his quirk nor was Hitoshi using his capture weapon. Hey, I'm sorry for using my quirk on you without permission. But I guess that falling on the ground would stink right before the exams. A girl with brown hair stated kindly, the girl then releasing Izuku as Hitoshi helped stabilize the Omega. Oh, it's fine, thanks so much for the help. Izuku stated kindly while the girl only nodded. Ochako Uraraka, Beta. Nice to meet you both. Where are you two testing for? We're both trying for the hero course, and I'm Hitoshi Yamada, Alpha, Hitoshi answered while Ochako smiled at the boy. I'm Izuku Yamada, Omega. Nice to meet you too, and thanks again for your help. Sure thing. I'm trying for the hero course too. I hoped we all get in together. Good luck. Ochako stated as she walked away from the two. The written portion of the exam was simple, Izuku having been the first one to finish, Hitoshi close behind him. The two then walked to the auditorium where Hisashi waited for the students so he could explain the physical part of the exam. Neither needing the lit-up arrows on the ground to lead them, both knowing Yue like the back of their hands. Once everyone had made it into the auditorium, Hisashi then began to explain how the exam would work. Izuku took notes as he muttered along with what the alpha was saying. Hitoshi listened to Izuku far more than his father, finding Izuku's muttered rephrasing of the lecture much easier to understand. You up there? If you cannot be quiet, you should not be here. It is rude to others around you who care about this exam. And I hope if you are to get into UA at all that this school would teach you some manners. A loud voice shouted to the two boys. Though the verbal attack was clearly aimed at Izuku, the Omega merely shrunk in his seat, trying to avoid the many eyes that were now fixated on him. Though Hitoshi didn't take the attack as lightly as his brother, the Alpha immediately became defensive as he growled warningly to the blue-haired male below him. You know, if you have such a stick up your butt, how about you leave so you can find a way to remove it? 'Cause I doubt you wants another if prude. Hitoshi growled while a few onlookers laughed at the comment. Though Hisashi cleared his throat loudly, drawing the attention away from his children and the other boy. Though shooting Hitoshi and look that warned the Alpha to behave. Hitoshi merely grumbled quietly as he sat back down. Izuku quickly buried his face into his brother's shoulder, his embarrassment still clear as day. All right now guys. No need to start a fight. Besides, you'll need to save that energy for the exam. Hisashi shouted, pulling everyone's focus on him solely. Now, take a look at those small little cards that were on your seats. That's the arena you'll be going to, so you can take your exams. Now everyone, these are how many points the robots are for. Hisashi began once again while everyone pulled out the small cards that had been on their seats. Though Izuku and Hitoshi both paling at the realization that they wouldn't be together. Sheet. We trained so we could help each other. Hitoshi cursed under his breath, while Izuku merely sighed and gave his brother a silent and encouraging thumbs up. Don't worry, cat, you can do this. You're strong. Izuku signed, while Hitoshi smiled and chuckled under his breath at his brother's use of his sign name. Everyone in their family had a designated sign name. Hitoshi's being cat, Aizawa's being coffee, Hisashi's being loud, and finally Izuku's being baby, despite the boy's many pleas for the rest of his family to allow him to be called literally anything else. Though being refused every time. You're too. I believe in you. Hitoshi signed back, Izuku merely smiling at his brother in response. Once Izuku and Hitoshi had been taken to their separate arenas, Izuku looked around at the crowd he was in, the boy taking notice that Ochako was in the same group as he was, though, so was the loud guy from earlier. But Izuku decided that it would be a safer option to make more friends rather than enemies, so he went up to the boy, despite his underlying anxiety. Hey, I'm Izuku Yamada, Omega. It's nice to meet you, sorry about earlier, and my brother. I promise he's a nice person, just sometimes a little grouchy. Izuku introduced himself, while the blue-haired male stared back at him before nodding. Tenya Ida, Alpha. I suppose I can excuse his behavior and yours, though I meant what I said. If you cannot learn to have respect for what UA does here, then I suggest you should leave now. Ida stated coldly as he walked away. Okay, a little touchy, but it's better than nothing. Maybe it's a good thing everyone here only knows Dad by present mic, Izuku thought to himself as he headed towards the entrance, not at all surprised when a loud blaring alarm rang out and the doors flew open, Izuku immediately running in as everyone else covered their ears in shock. Okay, I can't borrow anyone's quirk. I can't leave them defenseless like that. But if I can at least knock out a few, I should get enough points to pass. Izuku thought to himself as he morphed his shadows into staffs, using the sharpened blades at the end to cut through a few of the robots. Though Izuku was only able to get through at least one, all of the others being taken on long before he could get to them. Though when the ground began to shake violently as the zero-pointer came into view, everyone began to run away. Only for Izuku to turn and see Ochako stuck under some rubble. He knew that there had to be a fail-safe, that the teachers wouldn't allow a student to sustain any serious injuries. But that didn't register in his head until he was already within 5 feet of the ginormous metal machine. Having passed Ochako as he sent one of his shadows to wrap around the girl's arm, borrowing her quirk for a moment, Izuku could feel the strange and slightly unsettling feeling of the girl's quirk settling in his fingertips. Quickly the boy began to levitate every piece of rubble he could touch, while he used his shadows to then propel him up towards the arm of the robot, quickly making it to the neck as he sliced into the robot's neck with a sharpened shadow, ripping out the wires that were needed to completely shut off the machine. Once seeing that Ochako had crawled out from underneath the rubble and had made it a safe distance away, Izuku sighed to himself, only for his breath to be stolen in a quick motion as the robot began to fall, Izuku having to jump off from it to avoid being taken down with it. Though before the boy could summon a shadow to use as a lasso to save himself from the fall, he felt a sharp slap sting his cheek, only to see that his body was now floating barely 2 feet off of the ground. The robot crashing loudly behind him. Our release. The girl stuttered, bringing her fingers together to touch as she puked off the side of rubble she was hanging off of, while Izuku fell to the ground, thankfully only having a few scrapes rather than a pancake-like body. Thanks. And sorry for borrowing your quirk without permission. Izuku groaned, his body spent from the amount of energy he had to use to morph his shadows so much and borrow a quirk. Hey, no problem. We're equal now. Besides, I did kind of just slap you in the face, the brunette chuckled while Izuku laughed, the two hanging onto each other as they stood and walked away from the wreckage. After the two got checked over by Recovery Girl, and the woman scolded Izuku for being reckless and giving her a heart attack, the two were allowed to go home. Though Izuku couldn't help the anxiety that coursed through him at the idea that he had failed. He had only taken down one robot. And he had no time left once he and Ochako were released. Though before Izuku could go down into a spiral, he was immediately tackled into a hug by one of his fathers, soon realizing it was Hisashi, solely based on the anxiety-filled muttering he heard, he and Hisashi both sharing the trait. Good gods, Izuku! You gave me a Finji heart attack. I thought you got crushed. Hisashi wailed as he hugged his son like a lifeline, Izuku only being able to hug back slightly, laughing at his father's dramatics. Dad, I thought you weren't allowed to disclose any information about the exams or even talk to me and Hitoshi about them, Izuku teased while Hisashi grumbled quietly. This isn't me disclosing anything. You were there. You nearly got crushed. And this is just a father getting far more gray hairs than he should have, all because his son keeps giving him heart attacks because he lacks self-preservation. Hisashi whined as he then brought one of his hands to ruffle Izuku's hair roughly, causing the boy to squeal while Hisashi's other arm continued to hold Izuku in place. Just be happy it's me and not Papa, he nearly had a slide, Hisashi commented while Izuku only laughed. Where are Papa and Toshi? They're in Papa's office, they both needed a coffee break. We're going to go eat dinner once we grab them. Does Katsudon still sound good? Hitoshi said he was good with it. Yeah, that sounds amazing right now. I hope you know you're still getting an ear full from both me and Papa later. To that Izuku could only whine as he buried his head into his father's shoulder. The alpha merely laughed as he picked Izuku up effortlessly and walked to his husband's office. The wait for the letters to come was one of the longest that Izuku and Hitoshi had ever faced. Nizu of course said nothing to Izuku regarding if he or Hitoshi had made it in or not. And Aizawa and Hisashi said nothing regarding the results either. Though when the day finally arrived, Hisashi came barging into the house absolutely ecstatic. Toshi, Aizu! Get your butts in here now! Hisashi shouted, activating his quirk at the very end to make sure that his family heard him. Hisashi! It's too early for you to be screaming. Aizawa shouted as he came into the living room where Hisashi was practically vibrating with excitement. They're here, damn it. Now is the best time to be loud. Besides, it's 2 in the afternoon show. Hizashi stated while Aizawa merely grabbed a blanket off of the couch and curled up before taking his seat. Izuku and Hitoshi soon came running in, both sweating slightly from having just spared, though neither paying any mind to it once they saw the letters. Hitoshi and Izuku both took their seats beside the couch Aizawa was laying on, Hizashi immediately passing the envelopes to the two with a wide smile. Just think, Sho. Soon you'll be teaching our boys. I'm jealous. Hizashi cheered while Aizawa shushed him. You never know, Zashi, they could both end up in Vlad's class, or one of them might. You know Nizu wouldn't mind seeing some sibling rivalry, and they still need to open the letters first, Aizawa stated while Hizashi scoffed. Hitoshi and Izuku then looked at each other, both slightly nervous about what the letters would contain. Toshi, can you open yours first? I'd rather see good news first. Izuku asked while Hitoshi nodded. The boy then ripped open his letter to reveal a small hologram disc and a few papers. The disc played immediately once it was set on the table, the image of All Might congratulating Hitoshi on making it into the hero course showing up on the hologram. The Alpha merely rolled his eyes and groaned as he listened to All Might's speech before the man finally announced he would be in Class 1A. I knew it. I knew you could do it, Toshi. Izuku cheered as he jumped over his chair to hug his brother, the purple-haired boy merely laughing at the action before hugging Izuku back. Aizawa and Hizashi cheered alongside Izuku as they joined in on the hug. Well, if I made it in, then there is no way in hell you didn't. Come on. Hitoshi shouted as he grabbed the boy's envelope and shoved it into Izuku's hands. Though when Izuku opened his letter he merely pulled out some papers, no disc falling out as it had done with Hitoshi's. Though Aizawa immediately grabbed the envelope and dug through it as if it was purposefully hiding the disc. Hizashi watched his mate with a questioning look. We, the staff of UA, is pleased to announce that Izuku Yamada has passed the written portion of the UA entrance exam. Unfortunately, you have not been accepted into the UA Hero Course program. Though we are pleased to welcome you into the UA Support Course program. Congratulations, we hope that you continue your educational adventure with us. Plus Ultra. After Izuku had read the letter, everyone was left in both shock and anger. Though the anger was mainly from Hizashi and Aizawa. Quickly the two grabbed the letter from Izuku and began to read through the letter while Hitoshi hugged his brother tightly. It's okay, I just didn't get enough points. Besides, Toshi got in, so that's something good. Izuku tried to cheer, only for a sob to break his voice at the end. Hey now. Problem child, listen to me. You will be a hero, you'll just do it the way I did. You can get in through the sports festival. I know you will. Don't you dare give up on me. Aizawa immediately chimed in, the older Omega standing and taking Izuku into his arms, Hizashi setting down the letter and joining in on the hug while Hitoshi joined in as well. Though Izuku only began to cry as he latched onto Aizawa, the older Omega only hugged the boy tighter as he began to purr quietly, allowing his scent to roam the room and relax the boy. Hitoshi and Hizashi naturally relaxed alongside Izuku, the two allowing their own relaxed scents to roam the room as they allowed their own rumble-like purr to escape them. After the four enjoyed the calm cuddle pile for a while longer, soon Hitoshi decided to lighten the mood. Know what? You still got into UA. One of the hardest schools to get into. And you're going to be in the hero course after the sports festival anyways. So, let's celebrate. Come on Izuku, we're getting ice cream. Hitoshi declared as he grabbed Izuku and brought him to the front door, looking back at Hizashi and Aizawa to see if they would be joining. You two go ahead. Papa and I will pick up some dinner. Be back before dark. Hizashi stated while Izuku and Hitoshi nodded, the two walking out of the house while Aizawa grabbed Izuku's letter and hissed quietly. He had one of the highest scores, only because of rescue points. He should have gotten in. Hizashi stated coldly. The Alpha refused to meet his mate's gaze, while Aizawa sighed and placed a comforting hand on the blonde's shoulder. We're finding out why he isn't in the hero course. And we're going to make sure he does get in either way. But I hate to say it, All Might could be a big reason as to why. Aizawa stated while Hizashi turned to his mate wide-eyed. What? Last year, remember? He told Izuku not to be a hero. There could be a chance that he did something to get Izuku out of the hero course. Though we might have to talk to Nizu, Aizawa stated while Hizashi groaned. If All Might does have something to do with this. I'm doing a lot more than talking. Hizashi growled as he slumped onto the couch, Aizawa soon joining him and draping himself across his husband, Hizashi taking the invitation to cuddle. I see, well I hate to say this, but All Might is one of the reasons as to why Izuku is not in the hero course, Nizu stated as Hizashi and Aizawa stared at the principal with a shocked, furious expression. The two had gone to Nizu the next day to confront the matter of why Izuku was not in the hero course, only to be told what they had assumed was correct. And they both were livid. Why would you allow this? I thought you believed that Izuku would be an amazing hero? Aizawa shouted while Nizu shook his head. I didn't agree to this. Unfortunately, All Might went straight to the Hero Commission and had them force my hand. Though if Izuku is still willing, he can transfer into Class 1A after the sports festival. I have no doubt he will do his best and make quite the impression, and then no one can deny him his right to be a hero. Nizu stated while Hizashi and Aizawa nodded. The two have already agreed to such a plan, though wishing that Izuku didn't have to go through such cruel and biased opinions that he shouldn't even have to be associated with. I know this isn't fair, and believe me, I agree that All Might is in the wrong for this and that you have every right to be angry. Though I believe it would be best to not tell Izuku or Hitoshi, I don't think that the poor boy could handle learning that the symbol of peace pulled strings to make sure that he wouldn't be a hero. And I believe Hitoshi would not react kindly to the information, Nizu stated while Aizawa and Hizashi nodded. Fine. But when they find out on their own, which they will. They're not stupid, I'm not denying it. Hizashi stated as he stormed out of the office, Aizawa merely sighing and nodding to Nizu as he walked after his husband. Though as Hizashi was trying to will himself to not lose his composure, All Might and Midnight came around the corner, Midnight showing the fellow hero around. Before classes would start within a week. All Might only now being in his more skeletal form. Present Might. Good to see you again. Midnight has been showing me around, if you like you could dash dot. Though before All Might could even finish, Hizashi landed a loud and hard punch square to the pro-hero's jaw. Midnight quickly caught All Might while Aizawa then ran up to Hizashi and grabbed the man's fist. His knuckles red from the impact of the punch. Oh, I'm so sorry, I suppose my hand slipped. Well then have a lovely day. Hope it doesn't bruise, Hizashi stated in a sing-song voice, venom lacing every word as he walked away from Midnight and All Might. The two pros stared at Hizashi wide-eyed while Aizawa tried to come up with some kind of excuse quickly. Only for Hizashi to grab the Omega and sling him over his shoulder, dragging Aizawa away with him, despite the man's shouts for his husband to release him. Once Hizashi finally chose to listen to his husband's shouts, the blonde stopped right outside the doors to the main building, Aizawa then groaning loudly once they stopped. Hizashi! Why on earth? I know I said I wanted to hit him, but I didn't mean literally. You quite literally just punched the symbol of peace in the face. Aizawa shouted at his husband as he had to crane his neck slightly so he could glare into Hizashi's eyes, while Hizashi merely smirked back smugly, the height difference dulling Aizawa's frightening appearance. And Hizashi was not at all intimidated by his husband's aggressiveness, even going as far to say he found it cute. You dash. Stop looking at me like that. Aizawa shouted, his quirk activating on its own as his hair defied gravity and his eyes turned to their bloodshot red. Be honest. You loved it. Besides, he had it coming. I told you, if it went down how I thought, I would be doing a lot more than just talking. I am a man of my word. Hizashi stated while Aizawa groaned loudly. Fine. I did enjoy it. But now I have to deal with All Might next week. Aizawa groaned while Hizashi laughed. Don't worry, love, I'll handle it, Hizashi promised as he brought Aizawa closer to him by the man's waist, only for Aizawa to push the blonde's face away from his own. Don't you dare fang baby me, Hizashi Yamada, Aizawa commanded while Hizashi whined. Let me. I'm your husband and your alpha for the gods' sakes. Why do you still act like a tsundere back from high school? Hizashi whined while Aizawa merely rolled his eyes. Don't tempt me to make you sleep on the couch tonight, Hizashi. I have no qualms against it. You know the last time you said that I woke up to you curled up on my chest like a kitten, so I don't think you dash dot. Hizashi tried to finish, only for Aizawa's capture weapon to wrap around the man's mouth, silencing him. Aizawa merely then dragged Hizashi back to their car, the man allowing himself to be dragged while Aizawa grumbled quietly, knowing good and well that Hizashi was not so secretly calling him adorable in his head. Though once arriving home, both happily hugged their sons, both feeling guilty that they couldn't tell them the truth, though neither wanting to truly ruin their impression of All Might more so than how it already was. But as the two didn't speak much about their meeting with Nizu, both Izuku and Hitoshi grew suspicious. Hey Papa, Dad. You both are not doing the most amazing job of keeping something from us. What is it? Hitoshi asked bluntly while Hizashi flinched slightly. Well, I'm not denying it. And I said when they figured out? Hizashi stated as he looked at Aizawa. The Omega merely nodded in response. After explaining everything that had happened, from Nizu's explanation to Hizashi nailing All Might square in the face, there were quite a lot of emotions around the room. While Izuku was saddened by All Might's clear distrust in him, Hitoshi was angered by All Might's interference with Izuku's dream. Though both were unable to contain their laughter once Hizashi got to the part where he nailed him in the face, Hitoshi having fallen to the ground from his cackling. And now, all the four had to worry about was actually starting off the school year and getting Izuku into the hero course. Though what other challenges have they not faced and already overcome? The first day was an emotional one, while Hizashi and Aizawa were both insanely proud of their sons, and even prouder that the two had chosen to be resilient and continue to fight their hardest so Izuku could join Hitoshi in the hero course. Though Aizawa and Hitoshi both broke off from Hizashi and Izuku to go to the Class 1A classroom, Hizashi mainly just wanted to walk his son to the support course, and perhaps see who all would be around his son. Though when the door to the support course classroom quite literally blew off of its hinges, Izuku barely dodged the flying door while Hizashi ducked quickly, only to see a pink-haired girl laughing quite loudly, while Power Loader had ducked behind his desk. Sorry, sir. But not to fear. I'll have my babies working here soon. And it might be best to keep that door off. The girl shouted as she ran past Izuku and Hizashi to grab a few pieces of scraps that were not from the door. You know what, Izuku, maybe you being in general courses could work out just as well. I mean, I could be your homeroom teacher. Let's go. Hizashi stated as he grabbed Izuku's hand and attempted to walk away with the boy, only for Hizashi's hand to be let go as the alpha turned quickly to see Izuku walking into the charred classroom, seemingly infatuated with the pink-haired girl. Hi. I'm Izuku Yamada, Omega. Nice to meet you. If you're working on a flux capacitor for that, then you might want to tighten the bolts and add some coolant to it so it won't explode. Izuku stated as he pointed to the charred pieces of scraps that used to be an invention of sorts. The girl stayed silent for a moment as she checked over the invention she was working on, only for her face to light up happily as she smiled widely at Izuku. Well, aren't you the smartest little cookie? May Hatsum Alpha. Nice to meet you. And you will make a perfect assistant for me and my babies. Now get in the correct clothes. You have much to learn, young cookie. Mei shouted as she practically threw Izuku into the seat beside her. Power Loader and Hizashi watching the scene with slack jaws and wide eyes. I forgot that Izuku would be in my class. Don't worry, Mike. I'll make sure that he doesn't get blown up. Power Loader joked while Mike turned to the man with a horrified expression. Blown up? I wasn't even thinking of him getting blown up. I was more worried that something in here could trigger something. Hizashi shouted while Power Loader only hunched his shoulders sheepishly as he scratched the back of his neck, now realizing he most likely made the blonde's anxiety worse. Though the alpha sighed once Izuku ran over to him, hugging the man tightly, Hizashi returned the hug with just as much strength. Don't worry, Dad. I'll be safe. I'll see you and Papa after school. Izuku stated as he ran back to the desk with Mei. The girl then handed him a few tools as they began to work on one of the girl's inventions. Though Hizashi couldn't help but keep his arms out slightly, feeling a little abandoned at the fact that his son ended the hug so soon. Don't worry, I get it. I hated it too when I had to drop my daughter off at school on her first day. It was a whole new level of betrayal. Power Loader sighed as he patted the blonde's back comfortingly. The two walked out into the hallway as they waited for the rest of the students to make it to school. I don't know how you handled that, I can't even handle this. And I work here. I'll be one of his teachers. Hizashi groaned as Power Loader nodded sympathetically. In all fairness, he's been homeschooled since you guys adopted him. And Hitoshi was always a bit independent, right? Yeah, takes after his dam in that sense. But even with Hitoshi, it wasn't this bad. It hurts so much. Hizashi whined dramatically while Power Loader laughed. Hey man, I get it. I think it's a thing between an alpha sire and an Omegan child. My daughter is an Omega and I swear my heart tore out of my chest when she first left for school. The man stated while Hizashi nodded. Thanks, but I swear, don't let that crazy kid blow mine up, Hizashi commanded while Power Loader laughed and shook his head. Don't worry, I won't, besides it's Izuku. If he has the same effect on Hatsum that he does everyone else, then she would probably feel horrible if she even makes him sad. Power Loader joked, Hizashi merely nodding his head in understanding. The joke was a little too true, seeing as everyone that had ever actually taken the time to get to know Izuku beyond the facts of his past had always eventually grown fond of the boy. With Hitoshi and Aizawa, the two were the first into the classroom, though inevitably the two got bored. So, they went to the teacher's lounge to go get some coffee, only for the two to run into All Might. Aizawa did his best to avoid the alpha, while Hitoshi openly glared at the man. Now wishing more so than ever that one of his parents could have videoed Hizashi punching the man in the face, a small barely visible bruise still resting on the underpart of his jaw, making Hitoshi grin evilly at the image of his father losing it on the man. The sight of such an event is incredibly rare, though nonetheless intimidating. Aizawa, noticing his son's evil smirk, quickly grabbed the young alpha and walked out of the teacher's lounge with him, both sipping their coffee in peaceful silence. That is until Aizawa decided to speak. Look, I can't do shit to him, unfortunately, though you can. I want you to give him hell as often as possible. Just don't make it obvious, Aizawa stated while Hitoshi nodded, his evil grin returning at the idea. Once the two returned to the classroom, they were met with a class full of loud teenagers, though the first one Hitoshi noticed was the male from the exams who yelled at Izuku. And of course, that didn't do much at all to aid in Hitoshi's mood. Though Aizawa quickly and easily gained the class's attention, declaring that they would be doing a test to see who would be allowed to stay in the class and who would be expelled. After the tests of sorts, a boy named Mineta ended up in last place, though Aizawa then admitted that the risk of being expelled was just a logical ruse to motivate the students to do their best. Hitoshi couldn't help but laugh quietly once the class erupted into shouts of confusion, Ida speaking up against the teacher's logical ruse, only for Hitoshi to chime in before his dam could, not taking a liking to the fact the alpha had disrespected his brother before and was now trying to do so to his dam. Ida sputtered a bit in surprise at Hitoshi's retorts against him, while Aizawa merely silenced the both of them, though taking note to ask Hitoshi what had Ida done to get on the alpha's sheet list. And once school had finally ended, everyone left class as quickly as they could, Hitoshi staying behind so he could walk with Aizawa to Hizashi's classroom. Though one other person stayed behind, hell-bent on confronting the teacher. Ochako stepped forward to the man's desk, trying her hardest to look somewhat serious, though the task was hard to do, mainly because of her softer exterior. Mr. Aizawa, I wanted to ask if someone I know got into the hero course. He's not in this class, and Yamada is his brother. He saved me during the exams, and I wanted to thank him again, Ochako stated while Aizawa looked at the girl with a tired expression, though the Omega was not at all surprised that Izuku had already made a friend with someone in his class before the school year had even started. Izuku Yamada. Yes, I know him. Unfortunately, he did not. He's in the support course as of the moment, Aizawa stated bitterly, the girl only going wide-eyed at the statement. What? But shouldn't he have gotten points for rescuing me? And he would make an amazing hero. Why wasn't he picked to get in? Ochako argued while Aizawa looked away. A part of him wanted nothing more than to expose All Might for the biased BSTRD that he was, but the man also knew that the Alpha was a symbol for the girl's generation. And affecting her view on All Might could very well affect her view on all heroes, though Hitoshi then decided to butt in, not at all concerned about ruining the girl's image of the #1 pro hero. He's not in this class because of All Might. He was biased and had the hero commission force Nizu to put Izuku in the support course rather than hero course where he should be. Hitoshi stated while Aizawa shot the boy a look to be quiet, though Ochako quickly went from concerned to angry in a matter of seconds. What? That's horrible. Why would he be biased? Know what, it doesn't matter anyway. We're getting him into the hero course where he belongs. Mr. Aizawa, how do we do that? Ochako asked quickly, catching both Hitoshi and Aizawa off guard. The two had expected at least a little bit of disbelief from the girl, though both were nonetheless grateful that there was someone who believed them and was just as hellbent on getting Izuku into the hero course. The sports festival, he can enter in through there, so long as he makes it to the final round. Which I have no doubts of whatsoever, Aizawa stated while the brunette nodded happily. Good. I can't wait for him to join us. Yamada, if he wants any help, I'll be more than happy to, Ochako stated as she turned to Hitoshi, the boy merely nodding in thanks to the girl. As Ochako then left the classroom, Hitoshi and Aizawa looked at each other before the two broke out into a fit of laughter. Well, I guess we already have a supporter. I honestly expected her to not believe me, Hitoshi stated while Aizawa rolled his eyes and gathered his things. You can't just go around telling everyone that. Despite how much I would love to ruin All Might's reputation, he is still the symbol of peace and everyone at this school looks up to him. If we were to ruin his image, we could quite possibly ruin the image for all heroes. Aizawa scolded while Hitoshi sighed. I know, but still. At least a few people can hate him with us. Besides, she asked. Hitoshi argued while Aizawa only groaned. You are your father's child. After the first 2 weeks of school, everything seemed to fall into a semi-normal schedule. Hitoshi and Izuku both do their best in their respective courses. Though Hitoshi was sure to give All Might as much hell as possible, Ochako soon joined in on the torment. While at home, Hitoshi continued to help Izuku train, teaching the boy everything he had learned so far that day from his training. Aizawa would of course watch the sparring and training, being sure to butt in if he saw something that didn't look right to him. And despite everything else, Izuku still did his private study sessions with Nizu, though the study sessions of sorts soon just became annual tea meetings. While Nizu would pull up random clips of fights between random pro heroes and villains, telling Izuku to analyze both parties' quirks and fighting styles. The mouse-like man was sure to hone in most of their time to practicing Izuku's analytical skills. The skills being a necessity whenever Izuku was to borrow a quirk. And while practically everyone wanted Izuku to make it into the hero course, Izuku was having fun being in the support course, having become close friends with Mei rather quickly. And the alpha happily supported him in making it into the hero course. The girl always created new inventions to help Izuku hone his skills and quirk, while Izuku helped the girl with a few of her other inventions, though mainly sticking to designing costumes, even having helped Power Loader create and design a few of the costumes for Class 1A. Izuku muttered something under his breath once he saw Hitoshi's request. The boy requested a literal identical to Aizawa's costume. So, Izuku decided to spice up his brother's life and help him out. Though Hitoshi's costume wasn't the only one that Izuku had made changes to. The boy practically had fallen out of his seat once he saw Momo Yoyo's costume, the Omega making quick work to fix it. Replacing the woman's previous design with a sports bra that was able to click together in the front, while the girl's shorts had 2 straps for the tablets that she would need to remember how exactly to correctly make everything she has trained to. Izuku having wanted to do the Todoroki boy's costume next, only for Power Loader to stop him, mainly because when he was about to start, school had long since been over. And much to Izuku's annoyance, he was unable to make any of the changes that he saw fit for Todoroki's costume. Though the day of the USJ attack was most definitely a hectic day for Izuku. The boy had heard of the attack after Hizashi and a few others were informed that Aizawa and 13 needed reinforcements. Thankfully Hitoshi was released along with the rest of the class. The boy had gone back home where Izuku waited for his family, anxious to hear what had happened. Toshi! Izuku cheered as the purple-haired alpha walked into the house, the boy having to catch Izuku as the Omega threw himself at his brother. Hey, Izuku. Hitoshi sighed, relaxing slightly now that he was home. Where's Dad and Papa? Are you guys okay? Izuku fretted while Hitoshi nodded. I'm okay, but Papa got hurt at the USJ, there was a huge monster, and some creepy guy too. Freaked me out, but Dad and the other pros arrived and got everything handled. Papa is at the hospital now, but recovery girl said that he'll be okay? Hitoshi explained while Izuku nodded. What was the villain's quirk? I'm not all that sure, it was hard to see him, he was hiding behind a weird-looking smoky, mist guy, and a huge monster. But it seemed like he could disintegrate things? Hitoshi explained questioningly, the boy not exactly sure how to describe the experience. Though Izuku only paled slightly at the description of the mist man, and the slight description of the other villain. Do you know his name? I think I heard one of the pros say something like Shigaraki? Though I'm still not sure if that was actually his name. But don't worry about it, Izuku. He was sloppy and not all that prepared, they'll find him easily. Hitoshi reassured while Izuku nodded, immediately relaxing when his fear of who he thought the villain could have been was diminished. Are they going to cancel the sports festival? I can imagine that they wouldn't want to draw any more attention to themselves. It really wouldn't be safe. Izuku stated while Hitoshi only hummed, unsure of what the school was planning. Definitely not problem child. The sports festival will still go on. Both boys jumped slightly at the presence of Hisashi and Aizawa. The two turned quickly to face their parents. Only to see Aizawa wrapped up like a mummy. Papa! Are you okay? Izuku shouted as he ran forward to the older Omega, though being sure that he was gentle while hugging the man. I'm fine. Nothing horrible. I'll be able to take these things off in a couple of days. Aizawa stated while Hitoshi sighed as he walked forward next to Izuku. Yeah, don't you two worry. And the sports festival is still going on. So, you two better get ready. You only have 2 days to prepare. And we have to get ready for Izuku to join the hero course. Hisashi shouted excitedly while Hitoshi cheered quietly along with his father's declaration. Let's be honest. Izuku will wipe the floor with half of the hero course students. Besides, it'll be fun when he joins 1A, I'll at least have someone who's not so annoying to talk to. Hitoshi stated while Izuku squawked in mock offense. Oh, please Hitoshi, you act as if you haven't made friends in your class. Aizawa butted in while Hisashi chuckled as he ruffled the younger alpha's hair, Hitoshi squawking at the action. Acquaintances, I have made acquaintances. Hitoshi clarified while Aizawa rolled his eyes, though the man's smirk could still be known, despite the many bandages that covered his face. Either way. Let's do this. Hisashi cheered while Izuku cheered alongside him. Hitoshi and Aizawa laughed at the two's excitement chapter text. The 2 days before the sports festival were slightly hectic. Hisashi and Aizawa were both incredibly busy, the two having to leave for the school even earlier than what was normal, though Izuku and Hitoshi not truly minding, the two enjoying the walk they had to take to get to school. Though during the walk Izuku was fussing over Hitoshi's capture weapon, the alpha having learned a few different ways to use the weapon, such as wrapping it around his arms up to his collarbone, in a similar fashion to what Izuku did with his shadows. As the two walked into the school, Izuku continued to fiddle with the scarf, trying to find different ways for Hitoshi to wear the weapon, hoping to take some weight off of the alpha's shoulders. While Hitoshi walked slowly, allowing his brother to fiddle as much as he pleased. Not truly caring if Izuku found a way or not. Though due to both of them having lacked their focus, Izuku ran straight smack into someone, Hitoshi barely missing the person by an inch. Izuku then fell onto his backside while Hitoshi immediately turned around and attempted to help his brother, only for the stranger to do it for him. Sorry about that. I wasn't watching where I was going, Izuku stated as he allowed the stranger to pull him up by his hand. It's alright. I believe it wasn't me who got a bruise on their backside. Nido Minoma, Alpha, a pleasure. Minoma introduced himself while Izuku smiled at the boy. Izuku Yamada, Omega. Nice to meet you too. Minoma then smirked at the boy while Hitoshi merely sneered slightly. The purple-haired Alpha then gently pulled Izuku away from the other Alpha. Hitoshi Yamada, Alpha. Izuku's brother. Hitoshi introduced himself as he wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Leaning on the younger boy slightly. A pleasure. What class are the two of you in? I'm in the support course. Though Hitoshi is in the hero course. Class 1 Izuku cheered proudly, while Hitoshi smiled gently at his brother. I see. Izuku, if I may, it's been a pleasure. Yamada. Monoma stated while a polite smile to Izuku, though sneering slightly at Hitoshi as the boy walked away. But he's weird as sheet. Hitoshi stated while Izuku slapped his arm gently. Toshi, don't speak rudely. About people. We just met him. Zuku, didn't you see his face? Also, he held on to you for way too long. Hitoshi muttered grumpily while Izuku blew a raspberry at his brother, the alpha returning the gesture by blowing a raspberry back at Izuku. I'm going to class. Bye. Izuku stated as he walked away from his brother, the boy merely rolling his eyes as he waved goodbye. Ah, Izuku, hello again. Izuku jumped at the sudden voice, the boy having been caught up in his world of completing a project for Power Loader, the boy just having to create a costume for a person with a teleporting quirk. Oh, hi, again Monoma. Izuku cheered as he turned to face the boy. You can call me Nito. It would be rude to have you call me Monoma when I call you Izuku, Monoma stated while Izuku nodded. Either way, I'm used to it. It comes with the territory of having a brother. It gets confusing when we're in the same room and someone calls over Yamada. Izuku stated while Monoma nodded. So, what are you doing on this side? I came here to turn in a form for a costume upgrade to Power Loader. And seeing as it is lunch, I did not expect to have anyone here. Monoma stated while Izuku then looked at the clock and groaned quietly, already knowing he would be scolded by either Hitoshi, Aizawa, or Hisashi for skipping lunch. Wait, are you in the hero course? Are you in my brother's class? Thankfully not. I'm in class 1B. The far superior class. Monoma stated while Izuku gave him a strained look. I don't think there should be any superior class. I mean, in the end, you'll all end up being heroes together, and it's better to have made friends now, so that way you'll have people to rely on if need be when you're a pro. I suppose. Though I think we'll have to agree to disagree. Monoma stated while Izuku merely shrugged his shoulders. Well, I don't want to have you as an enemy, Nito. I'll be in class 1A soon enough. Izuku stated excitedly while Monoma looked at the boy questioningly. How? And if you want to be in the hero course, I suggest you come to class 1B. You'll be far better off there. Monoma stated while Izuku laughed. 1. I'll get in through the sports festival. People can get transferred if they prove themselves. 2. I don't think I'll be able to get into 1B. Last I checked your class is at its maximum. Though 1A has one open spot. Seeing as they didn't have a transfer student like the rest of the classes. Izuku explained while Monoma rolled his eyes. Fine, I suppose you will be the only exception. But what is your quirk? My quirk is Shadow Swipe. I can control shadows and morph them into whatever I need, though I normally just create daggers, a capture scarf that wraps around my arms, or something else simple like that. But they can also borrow quirks. I just need to touch someone with my shadows, and then I can borrow their quirk for up to 30 minutes, though after a while it can drain my energy a lot. And I don't normally borrow quirks because I don't like the idea of leaving someone defenseless. It just seems too cruel. Izuku explained hesitantly, while Monoma looked at the boy wide-eyed. How on earth are you not in the hero course? Especially with a quirk like that? Let's just say there was some bias. But regardless, I'll get in. I see. Well, do you know where Power Loader is? Whenever I get invested with something, I usually don't notice what's going on around me unless I get spooked. So, I have no clue. But I can give it to him for you. Izuku stated as he reached out for the form. Monoma then handed the boy the paper while Izuku looked down at it, only to cringe at the design. Nito. Now that we are friends, I will say this as politely and kindly as I can. What on earth were you thinking when you thought of this? Izuku asked bluntly while Monoma squawked at the boy, taking offense to the question as he placed a hand over his heart dramatically. It's a good design. And I don't see any problem. Nito. For the love of the gods, a tailcoat really? And what's with all these pocket watches? It'll give your opponent something to grab if you have all these things on it. Not to mention it'll weigh you down. The tux is nice, though I suggest a breathable fabric so you don't overheat, lose the tailcoat, and change the pocket watches for digital ones. It won't weigh you down as much and it will still look stylish. Izuku stated as he grabbed his pencil and made the necessary adjustments. Monoma stared over his shoulder the entire time. I suppose this still looks tasteful. Fine, I will see how it goes. I suppose I can trust your opinion, at least from what I see so far. Monoma stated as he pointed to the nearly finished project. Oh yeah. I have to say I enjoy making the costumes. I hope Power Loader lets me come back to let me help him. Especially since I helped fix some of Class 1A's students' costumes. Izuku stated cheerfully while he began to clean up his and Mei's desks, both being in complete disarray. So, I take it that you have created your costume then? No. Izuku stuttered as he tapped his fingers together, remembering his parents' constant reminders to think of what he wanted his costume to be, seeing as he would be joining the hero course right when internships would start. Wait, so, you're telling me that in all of the time of creating costumes for those 1A imbeciles you haven't even thought of yourself? Monoma asked dumbfounded, though Izuku gave him a warning look in response to the Alpha's rude comment on the class of 1A. Well, I haven't truly thought about it. Well, you are going to now. Sit down. Monoma commanded as he pointed to Izuku's desk. The boy then put his form on Power Loader's desk and took a seat next to Izuku. Now we are not leaving until you have a design for your costume. You sound like my dad. I will be taking that as a compliment. Now get started. After Izuku had gotten his design for his costume completed, the Omega then introduced the blonde to Mei. The two became friends quite quickly. While the day of the sports festival was a lively one, Izuku and Hitoshi didn't even truly get the chance to hang out together before class, both being corralled to their classes. Though after a bit a couple of students from his class left the classroom, Izuku looked at them skeptically while Mei hardly noticed. That is until Monoma came into their classroom, taking Mei and Izuku by the hand as he led them to the huge crowd that surrounded the 1A door. Nito, what are we doing? Izuku asked while Monoma grinned, Mei merely leaning against the other Alpha, slightly annoyed that she was taken away from her babies just to stand around a bunch of strangers. We're sending a message to those 1A brats, Monoma stated while Izuku slapped his arm gently. My big brother, might I remind you? Izuku stated sassily while Nito nodded apologetically to the Omega. Yes, of course, you and your brother are the only exceptions, Monoma stated while Izuku smiled at the Alpha and nodded his head in agreement. Though as the large door opened, the hallway then erupted into loud shouts of challenge from multiple people, many of which were from Monoma's class. While Izuku merely pushed himself forward so he could get out of the crowd and hopefully see Hitoshi, only for the boy to see a very angry-looking blonde instead, though Izuku would be lying if he said that the boy didn't seem familiar to him. You extras think that you're any competition to me? Pathetic. I suggest you move before I blast you all to hell. The blonde shouted while Izuku flinched at the declaration, now wishing that he hadn't moved to the front of the crowd. Maybe I should take Nito's offer and try to get into 1B instead. Izuku thought to himself, though the people who were still inside of the classroom began to shout at the boy, clearly not agreeing with what he had said. You know, Bakugo, I think you need to shut up. You're making us Alphas look bad. There are plenty of people who are in other courses who should have made it into the hero course. You never know who will give you a run for your money. Hitoshi butted in as he walked forward next to the blonde and glared at the boy. If you know what's good for you eyebags, you'll shut the F up. And none of these extras could if they challenge me, the blonde declared while Hitoshi sneered at the blonde, only for the purple-haired Alpha to catch Izuku's gaze and smirked devilishly, causing Izuku to freeze slightly, knowing that whenever his brothers smirked like that, it wasn't good. Yeah, you're wrong again. I think Izuku could easily challenge you and win, Hitoshi stated as he gestured towards the boy, the crowd then looking over to Izuku questioningly. Hitoshi, don't start a war. Izuku hissed as he stepped forward to his brother, disregarding the blonde's glare and the crowd's stare. Just stating the truth, Izuku, Hitoshi stated while Izuku turned to look at the blonde, being sure to keep his face somewhat out of sight, only for the boy's glare to soften ever so slightly. His gaze then turned to one of inspection. And once again Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia from the blonde's gaze. Though once Izuku finally stared the blonde in the eyes, trying to convey more confidence than what he felt, only for the Alpha's eyes to widen once Izuku met his gaze. The pieces finally clicked together in the boy's head. Though before the blonde could say anything, Hitoshi then grabbed Izuku and walked away with the boy, leaving the crowd and the other students of 1A standing inside of the classroom in shock. "Hey bro, you okay?" a red-headed boy asked, only for Bakugo to click his tongue in annoyance. "I'm fine, Kirishima, I don't need your effing pity," Bakugo hissed while the redhead merely rolled his eyes. The blonde then walked and passed the crowd in the opposite direction than Hitoshi and Izuku had gone. The redhead followed after him in response. "You know that's not how it works. I'm your friend, so I'm allowed the right to worry about you," the redhead sassed while Bakugo growled at the boy. "Shut the F up, shitty hair. You act like effing beta. My name is Kirishima, and I'm just as much of an alpha as you are. And there is nothing wrong with being a beta dude. Chill out. Did Yamada get you that said?" Kirishima laughed while Bakugo merely flipped the boy off as he continued to walk down the hallway. Kirishima teased him the entire time while the blonde continued to curse at the alpha. Once the sports festival actually began, all of the classes walked into the arena, Izuku immediately going to stand beside Hitoshi once his class had walked out onto the field, though when Midnight called up Bakugo to give his speech, seeing as he was the one to score the highest on the exams. "I just want to say, I'm going to win," Bakugo stated gruffly while all of the other classes shouted out against the alpha, even a few of the 1A students shouting at the blonde. Though Hitoshi merely face-palmed while Izuku was left in shock. "He's adashta? Arrogant. He's arrogant. And he's not the only one in the class who's like that," Hitoshi stated, his annoyance clear in his voice. "At least when you're in the class it will become slightly more bearable." Hitoshi groaned while Izuku laughed. "Oh, come on, Toshi. There have to be at least a few people in the class you like. I don't like people, Zuku, you are the exception. No one else. I'm your brother." "Exactly, you're the exception. Alright then, kids. The first challenge for you all will be an obstacle course. Now, this isn't a regular obstacle course. In this challenge you are allowed to use your quirks. The only rule is that you are not allowed to leave the race course. Good luck, everyone," Midnight announced while all of the students then headed to the obstacle course. Once reaching the entrance, Hitoshi and Izuku looked at each other, both already knowing that the best way to get to the next stage of the festival would be to work together. Not that they hadn't already planned on doing such a thing. And here we have all 11 first-year classes getting ready to go. I'm about on the edge of my seat to see who'll win this one. The first obstacle is getting past the robots. All of these robots are the zero-pointer leftover from the entrance exams. I wonder how these kids are going to like being reunited with an old friend? Hizashi's voice echoed throughout the stadium, the man having tuned into his present mic persona. As the alarm blared for the race to begin, Izuku and Hitoshi both immediately drew their capture weapons and used them to swing over the heads of the other students who were all fumbling and pushing to make it out of the tunnel. Once reaching the front where Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, and a few others from 1A had already begun to maneuver past the large robots that were trying to capture and attack them, Izuku and Hitoshi merely swung past the robots, using their weapons to either tie up the robots long enough to get a safe distance away or use the large machines as pillars to swing from. Though Izuku had taken a large chunk from one of the robots that one of the other students destroyed, using his shadows to tie it to his back. "What the hell are you doing, Izuku?" Hitoshi shouted as he stopped abruptly to allow his brother to catch up with him. "Hey, you never know. I might need it," Izuku shouted as the two continued their sprint to catch up with the others in front of them. So far Bakugo Katsuki and Todoroki Shoto are in the lead. Bakugo's quirk is Explosion, much like his personality. And Todoroki's quirk is half hot half cold. Aizawa Kirishima and Momo Yoerzu are right behind them. Kirishima's quirk is Hardening. I suggest you don't punch this kid unless you want to punch a rock. Yoeruzu's quirk is Creation. I wonder if she can create Aizawa a new sense of humor. All of them are from Class 1A. "Dan Aizawa, what the hell are you teaching these kids?" Hizashi shouted while the crowd cheered, though Aizawa rolled his eyes at his husband's theatrics, thankful that the alpha's present mic persona was reserved for work only. "This has nothing to do with me. These kids are using their motivations and hard work to get to where they are. So, you're saying you're a bad teacher?" You heard it here, folks. Hizashi teased while Aizawa shouted in surprise before using his bandaged arm to take a hit at Hizashi's shoulder. This next obstacle is the suspension canyon, Hizashi declared. Though as they all made it to the suspension canyon of sorts, Mei came up from behind them and used her gadgets to propel herself across the canyon. Come on, Izuku! Mei shouted while Izuku nodded, using one of his shadows to grab the girl's pack, grabbing Hitoshi quickly as the two used Mei's jetpack to help them get across the canyon. Thanks, Mei! Izuku shouted once they landed, both Izuku and Hitoshi taking off quickly while the girl cheered back at the boy. See, Hitoshi? Friends are a good thing. Izuku shouted while Hitoshi rolled his. I'll leave that up to you, Zuku. Hitoshi shouted while Izuku merely laughed at his brother. Hey, would you look at that? Hitoshi Yamada and Izuku Yamada are gaining on the 1A kids, while Hitoshi Yamada is in class 1A. Izuku Yamada is in the support course. Hitoshi Yamada's quirk is Brainwash, and so far, he and his brother are gaining on Kirishima and Yoeirzu. And Izuku Yamada's quirk is Shadow Swipe. He can bend the shadows around him to make whatever he wants. And he can use these shadows to borrow quirks. And he's keeping pace with all of the 1A students. What the hell is this kid doing in the support course? Hizashi shouted while Izuku and Hitoshi both looked to each other before laughing quietly, the two knowing that their father was putting extra theatrics into Izuku's announcement to get the attention of the other pros in the stands. Especially one in particular. He applied for the hero course. Though I'm not sure why he wouldn't make it in, Aizawa stated with fake confusion, both of the men in the booth staring at All Might who sat in the stands. The alpha was clearly displeased by Izuku's current rank in the race. Though once the brothers made it to the final obstacle of the race, Izuku quickly put his arm out in front of his brother, halting his movements, allowing one of the students of 1B to pass them, only for the boy to get blown back by a hidden landmine. Oh, come the F on! Hitoshi hissed as the two looked to the field of hidden landmines. And here is the next obstacle. These landmines aren't anywhere near powerful enough to actually hurt the kids, but they'll definitely blow you back. Hizashi announced while Aizawa groaned at the pun. Hitoshi immediately began to walk across the landmine, hesitant of the patches of dirt that had been tampered with, only to notice Izuku wasn't with him, the boy poking and digging at the dirt with the piece of scrap metal. Izuku, what are you doing? I have no clue. But if it doesn't work, I suggest you duck. Izuku shouted as he then used the shadows to wrap around his arms and the scrap metal, tying himself to the makeshift sled of sorts. Stepping back a couple of steps, Izuku then ran forward and threw himself onto the pile of landmines he had dug up, creating a huge explosion that propelled him through the air. What on earth was that? The landmines aren't meant to make an explosion that big. Wait a minute dash. Holy Sivi! It's Izuku Yamada, flying through the air on a piece of scrap metal? Hizashi shouted as he shot up from his seat, Aizawa's eyes merely widening at the sight. The crowd merely screamed in excitement at the sight. My sympathy for this boy's parents. I can tell they are most likely having a heart attack. Aizawa stated quietly, the microphone still picking up the Omega statement. It looks like he used a pile of landmines to propel himself over the field. And over his opponents. A smart move, though I would like to see how he lands. Aizawa stated, reminding Izuku secondarily to figure out how to land before plummeting to the ground. While Izuku heard the announcement and then noticed Bakugo and Todoroki both in the lead, Izuku gained on them quickly. Okay, I have to time this exactly right. Izuku thought to himself as he then used his momentum to flip the piece of metal as his feet landed on both of the boy's shoulders, the scrap metal then hitting the landmines in between the three. Bakugo and Todoroki flew back due to the impact of the landmines, while Izuku was sent flying forward. The boy barely saved himself by doing a tuck and roll and landing back on his feet, not stopping for a moment as he ran forward and passed the finish line. Izuku Yamada wins the first round. Midnight declared while the crowd cheered loudly, Bakugo and Todoroki soon joining in second and third. Though Izuku made sure to avoid the two. Not exactly wanting to mess with the loud blonde, the look on Todoroki's face spoke for himself. Though as everyone soon came into the arena, Hitoshi ended up in 7th place, though the boy ran forward, seemingly going to hug his brother. Only for his hand to come down onto the back of Izuku's head. "You little sheet. What the hell would you have done if that didn't work? You would have come crashing down on landmines. Scared the sheet out of me." Hitoshi scolded as he grabbed the back of Izuku's neck and shook the boy violently. "Ah. Toshi. I'm sorry. But it worked, didn't it?" Izuku shouted while Hitoshi then trapped the boy in a chokehold of sorts, though not choking the Omega at all in the hold. "Wow. Yamada. That was awesome." Both boys then turned to Ochako, the girl running forward to the two. "Oh, thanks, Chako, right? And you can just call me Izuku. It makes it either when we're both around," Izuku stated while Hitoshi kept the boy in the hold, though neither truly noticing. "Yeah. I can't wait to get you into the hero course. We'll show All Might that he made a huge mistake." The girl cheered while Izuku's eyes widened at the declaration. "Toshi, did you tell her?" Izuku hissed while the alpha then released his brother with a shy smile. "In all fairness, she asked Papa first, then I told her. I mean, there's no point in lying," Hitoshi defended while Izuku merely groaned quietly. "Wait, Papa? I asked Mr. Aizawa dash. Oh my gosh. Is Mr. Aizawa your guy's dam?" Ochako asked while Hitoshi and Izuku then looked at each other, the two only then realizing their mistake. "Yeah. Just please don't tell anyone," Izuku asked while the girl nodded. "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone, it's your family business," Ochako stated while Izuku sighed and nodded to the girl. "Everyone get ready for the next battle. This battle is a cavalry battle. You will work in teams of 4, you will have one rider on top while you will have one person in the front and 2 others to the side. You will hold up your rider and make sure they do not fall. If your rider falls, then the entire team is out. And with that, you will all be assigned points. Whichever team has the most points wins." Midnight explained as each person's points showed up on the board. Only for Izuku to pale at the amount he had. 1,000,000 points. Everyone in the crowd then turned to Izuku, and the Omega could feel the eyes boring into his very soul. "You all have 5 minutes to find your teams. Good luck." Midnight shouted as everyone then went to find their team. "No one's going to want to team up with me. I'm too much of a target, and I don't know anyone." Izuku thought to himself, the boy's anxiety taking over, only for Hitoshi to pull the boy out of his mind with a gentle squeeze to the shoulder. "All right, Izuku, what's the plan?" Hitoshi asked as Izuku then noticed Ochako and Mei standing next to his brother. "Wait, you guys want to be on the same team?" "Of course, Izuku. I want to make sure you get into the hero course." Ochako cheered while Izuku smiled shyly. "I know no one else, Izuku. Besides, none of these other heathens deserve my appealing babies," Mei stated as she hugged her jetpack tightly. "I think it's plain and simple why I refuse to work with any of these imbeciles," Hitoshi stated as he leaned against his brother. Izuku merely shot him a scolding glance at Hitoshi's rude comment. "Thanks, guys. And I do have a plan. We'll make Ochako our rider, seeing as everyone else will be looking for me. I'll stick to the back with Mei, and Hitoshi, you can be the horse for Ochako. We'll stick to the sides. We don't need any more points than what we already have. We just need to keep away from the other teams for the battle. When they start coming after us, Ochako can make us all float and Mei can use her jetpack to steer us. Or, in a different case, I can use my shadows to create a shield around us," Izuku stated while Ochako stared at the boy with wide eyes. Mei and Hitoshi merely smiling at the boy. "Don't worry, you get used to this. He's one smart cookie," Mei stated while Hitoshi nodded. Ochako merely laughed quietly before nodding. As the battle began, the group stuck to Izuku's plan, staying off to the sides to avoid getting spotted. Hitoshi used quirk often to keep other teams from getting close, brainwashing them into turning around, even going as far as brainwashing one of the teams to give them their highest ranking headband, Team Uraraka then gaining 300 points. The other teams took little to no notice of their team, seeing as it was labeled Team Uraraka, and everyone was on the hunt for Izuku, even though they had passed him multiple times. "It seems like your plan is working, Izuku. We only have a couple of minutes left," Mei shouted quietly while Ochako and Hitoshi nodded as they turned their heads. though Izuku being sure to keep his focus on the teams around them. Ochako now! Izuku shouted as Ochako quickly touched all of them with 5 fingers and Mei turned on her jetpack, Todoroki's team barely missing them. It seems like we've been discovered, Hitoshi muttered as he looked down at Team Todoroki. The dual-haired boy looked up at their group. It seems like Team Todoroki has figured out which Team Yamada was on. How shocking! And with only a few minutes left, will Team Uraraka be able to keep their points? Hizashi announced loudly, while Izuku and Hitoshi cringed at the fact that their father had just given them away completely. Just as Hizashi had announced it, all of the other teams looked up to the floating group, though Mei quickly steered them out of the way when a flying Bakugo came at them, only for them to halt abruptly when a wall of ice surrounded them, trapping them. That BS dude can fly now? Hitoshi shouted while Izuku then looked around, noticing that Team Bakugo and Todoroki were the ones they had to worry about. The other teams focused more on each other. You can release us. I've got an idea, Izuku stated while Ochako nodded, releasing the group back onto the ground as they were now pressed back against the ice wall. Immediately both Todoroki's team and Bakugo's came charging at them, though Izuku allowed them to. Though in a quick flash, Izuku's shadows spiraled around both groups, blinding them for a moment, Izuku allowing his shadows to graze all of them to see if there were any useful quirks that he could borrow. Only for Bakugo to begin blasting at the shadows, while Todoroki's left side surprisingly burst into flame, catching the dual-haired boy off guard. Though once Izuku's shadows came back to him, giving the other teams their sight back, the Omega was left in shock at what he had felt, trying to will himself to not believe what he had just felt. Though his moment of shock was interrupted when the final 5-minute mark rang loudly, and Ida used his Recipro Burst to charge at Izuku. Allow Todoroki to grab the boy's headband, as Ida then made a quick turn, trying to allow themselves the opportunity to get away from Bakugo's team. Bakugo then aimed his attacks at Todoroki as his team chased after Todoroki's. Holy CRP! Todoroki just used his fire. That's a new one. And it seems like Team Bakugo now has the $1 million headband. Hizashi announced loudly. Izuku! Shoot, we lost it! Ochako shouted while Izuku merely smiled at the girl. Nah, we didn't. Izuku's too clever to let that happen, Hitoshi stated as he then pointed to his headband. Mei and Ochako then looked at the headband, only to realize that it was the 1,000,000-point headband. Oh, how did you guys do that? I blinded them with my shadows for a moment so I could use another shadow to swap headbands. So, they did get 300 points, but we still have the 1 million. Izuku stated while Todoroki blocked another attack from Bakugo, only to look down at the headband and see the 300 points instead of the 1,000. Would you look at this, folks? It seems Team Uraraka suched out their 1 million-point headband for a 300. This means Team Uraraka is still in the lead. Hizashi announced loudly while Todoroki turned his head to look at Izuku, the bell for the end of the Cavalry battle then ringing loudly. Team Uraraka wins. Seriously, what the hell is this Yamada kid not doing in the hero course? Hizashi announced loudly while Izuku and Hitoshi openly laughed. Their father doing little to hide his want for Izuku to get into the hero course. Once everyone was able to get back to the stands as they waited for the one-on-one battles to start. Hitoshi and Uraraka led Izuku to the 1A stands. Guys, I think I'm supposed to be in the support course stands, Izuku stated while Hitoshi chuckled. Oh, come on Izuku. You need to meet your classmates anyway. Besides, Aizawa is your dad, so I doubt he'd get mad. Ochako stated while Izuku merely laughed quietly. Though once reaching the stand for 1A, Izuku tried to quietly turn around, already intimidated without even having to see anyone from the class. Nah, you aren't bailing on me. If I have to deal with these idiots every day, you can handle it for an hour or two. Besides, you need to get used to them anyways. Hitoshi stated as he grabbed the back of Izuku's neck and led the boy into the stands, Ochako laughing quietly at the brothers' interaction. Thankfully, no one truly noticed the three sitting down, all of them too caught up in their own conversations. That is until Bakugo noticed Izuku. But, I begs. The F was that back there? Bakugo barked loudly while everyone turned to the blonde, only to then notice Hitoshi, Ochako, and Izuku. What did I tell you, huh? Izuku would beat you. I thought this was clear. Hitoshi sassed while Izuku did his best to shrink into his seat, the blonde's glare burning into his soul while Ochako placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. It was so cool, right? And hey guys, Izuku might get transferred into our class. Ochako cheered, desperately trying to change the subject to avoid Hitoshi and Bakugo from killing each other. Seriously? Dude, that would be awesome. You're a really cool dude. I mean, what you did during the obstacle course was absolutely badass. I'm Denki Kaminari, Omega, though you can just call me Denki. Awesome to meet you. The blonde Omega shouted excitedly, picking up on Ochako's desperate attempts to change the subject and deciding to help. While Izuku smiled appreciatively at the fellow Omega. Thanks. I'm Izuku Yamada, Omega, you can just call me Izuku, it makes it easier so Toshi and I don't get confused on who you're talking to. Izuku stated while a black-haired boy snorted loudly at the nickname Izuku used. Hold on. I'm Hantasiro, Alpha, and I'm sorry, but did you just say Toshi? Can that grouch actually have a cute nickname? Siro laughed while a pink-haired girl with yellow horns snorted alongside Siro. He's not a grouch. He just takes a while to warm up to people, but once he does, he's a big softy and dashed. Quickly Izuku was cut off by Hitoshi's hand covering the boy's mouth while Siro, Denki, and the pink-haired girl laughed loudly. Oh my gods! Izuku, me and you are going to be amazing friends. I'm Mina Ishido, Alpha, and you are amazing. Mina laughed out as she folded over half of her seat as she held her stomach due to her laughter. Izuku, you little traitor. Hitoshi hissed quietly while Izuku only giggled, though the sound was muffled by his brother's hand. Wait, that was so cute. Damn it, Yamada. Move your hand. You just made me miss something cute. Denki shouted as he hopped over his seat, the blonde now out for vengeance at having heard the muffled sounds of Izuku's giggle. What the F are you ? Hitoshi started only for Denki to hop the rows of seats once again and grab Izuku by the boy's hands, pulling him up and forward to Denki. He's mine now. Bye. Denki stated as he dragged Izuku to the row he was originally sitting in, while Izuku allowed himself to be kidnapped. Hitoshi stared in shock, Ochako, Siro, and Mina merely laughing at the sight. Once seated once more, Izuku merely smiled at Denki, strangely feeling incredibly comfortable with the other Omega, despite having just met him. I know Omegas usually get attached quickly, but I didn't think it was that fast. Mina laughed while Siro joined her, Denki merely sticking his tongue out at his friends, Bakugo soon sitting back down at the end of the row, annoyance clear on his features. Hey, Yamada, what you did during the obstacle course was awesome, dude. What exactly did you do? Izuku flinched slightly at the sudden and new voice, only to turn to see Kirishima, the redhead smiling kindly at him. Oh, I used a piece of scrap metal and dug up some of the landmines and then jumped on them. The explosion gave me enough momentum to make it to the front. And you can just call me Izuku, it'll get confusing if you use my surname. Izuku explained while Kirishima nodded. Sure thing, I'm Idra Kirishima, Alpha. And seriously, that's awesome, dude, I probably wouldn't have thought of that. Kirishima stated as he placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. The touch was clearly a show of the Alpha being friendly, though Izuku couldn't help but flinch. No, not because of the hand that was placed on him, but because of the feeling that came with it. Izuku had soon learned that every person's touch was different, most times it was due to the kind of quirk they had. Such with Hizashi's touch, it felt as though Izuku was being vibrated by a loud bass. Though Izuku had always enjoyed the feeling. It brings a familiar sense of comfort. Though Kirishima's touch, it was strange. It was hot. Though the heat wasn't the only thing he felt. He also felt as if a jagged yet somehow soft rock had been placed on his shoulder, though that rock was also hotter than a million suns, burning Izuku slightly due to the heat. Though Izuku recognized the heat. Izuku flinched horribly at the touch. Kirishima immediately pulled away from Izuku, looking at the boy worriedly. Oh, sorry. I have a bruise and it's a little sore is all. Izuku stated as he merely smiled and waved his hands in front of him, Kirishima smiling apologetically as he nodded. Though Izuku knew that he needed to talk to Kirishima. Hey, Guys, I need to run out for a minute, be right back. Kirishima stated as he stood up and walked out of the bleachers, Mina, Siro, and Denki waving to him, while Bakugo just looked at the redhead before turning his gaze back to the arena. Though a few moments later Izuku stood and began to walk out of the bleachers, catching Hitoshi's attention. Izuku, where are you going? Oh, I wanted to go talk to Dad for a second. I'll be right back. Izuku stated as Hitoshi nodded while Izuku walked out of the bleachers and followed in the direction he had seen Kirishima go. Izuku recognized the burn from Kirishima, he felt it before with all might, though the pro's fire was nowhere near as hot, and nowhere near as destructive. Izuku recognized the fire as one for all. His father had ranted about the quirk for years, explaining the quirk in such detail that Izuku most likely knew more about it than All Might himself. His father also told him time and time again that it was All Might who possessed such a quirk. The topic of the quirk was the only one that his father would ever answer his questions for. So Izuku knew that when he felt that fire, it was one for all. It had to be, it was far too similar to All Might's to not be. And Izuku also felt the rocky touch of the redhead, he could tell that was his natural touch, his natural quirk. While One for All felt as though it was completely foreign in the redhead's body. Like it was trying to burn its way out as if it wanted something to release the tension, the pent-up raw power. And quite honestly, it scared Izuku. Izuku feared that such raw power could harm the redhead, it felt uncontrollable, it felt destructive, and it burned Izuku at the slightest touch. So, the Omega was horrified to imagine what it would do to Kirishima, the one closest to the flame. Though Izuku was taken out of his thoughts once he heard Kirishima's voice, though the Omega quickly realized. He was not alone. He doesn't know, I don't think he sensed it, maybe since his shadows touched a lot of other people too it overwhelmed him and he couldn't tell. Izuku heard Kirishima state, while the Omega ducked behind a corner and listened. Despite knowing it was wrong, he couldn't help but be curious, especially when the conversation was about himself. I believe you, Kirishima. But I implore you to be careful, if that boy figures out that you indeed possess One for All, things could become quite complicated. Especially with the League of Villains having just attacked the USJ. All Might stated while Izuku flinched at the man's statement, though staying quiet. Don't worry, he won't figure out. But I don't think he's much of a threat. He seemed nice, and honestly he seems far too skittish to be related to anything villainous. And he's Yamada's brother. I think that guy would know if something was going on. While I wish I could believe that Kirishima, he may act skittish because he is worried about being discovered, or he uses it as an act to hide his true intentions. And while I wish I could have such faith in young Yamada in that he would be able to tell if something was going on. All for One is an excellent liar and trickster, so I wouldn't put it past his son to be as well. At that Izuku nearly sobbed. Though he quickly covered his mouth as he felt his legs begin to tremble at what he had heard. Was that why All Might was so against him? Because he believed he was on that man's side. And he thought that he was helping a league of villains that attacked his father? I suppose so. Don't worry, All Might, I'll be careful, and I'll use One for All in my next battle, it'll be the perfect way to unveil it. Just make it look like a special move, and I've been using barely any of it during classes, so people will just think it's a part of my quirk. Izuku knew if he heard any more of what the two had to say he would surely blow his cover. So, he quickly walked away, being sure to keep his footsteps silent as he did so. Though Izuku shrieked loudly at the feeling of someone grabbing his shoulder. Immediately the boy spun around, only to be faced with Hisashi, the Omega sighing loudly in relief, horrified that it was Kirishima or All Might. Hey, Izuku, easy, what happened? Why do you look like you're about to cry? Hisashi fretted, instantly seeing his son's distress. I. Izuku tried to start, only for his voice to die in his throat. Hisashi immediately brought the boy into his arms as he cooed to him gently. It's all right, little listener. Take your time. I can wait. Hisashi whispered gently while Izuku dam broke, the boy immediately clinging to his father as he sobbed, Hisashi only hugging the boy tighter as he cooed to the Omega. His heart broke at the sight of his son in so much pain. I. Not L like him. I promise. I never helped H him. I never W wanted T to. Please I. Izuku rambled, though his sobs caused his voice to trail off, only for Hisashi to kneel in front of Izuku so he could see the boy's face while keeping a firm grip on the Omega's shoulders. Izuku, you've never been like that man. He's a monster. You will never be like him, I promise. Because you are one of the most kind-hearted people I know. We know you never helped him. And you had no say in who you would be related to, or what he did to you. Why would you think that dash dot? Hisashi began to ask, only to cut himself off when it clicked. Izuku, was it all might? Did he say this to you? Hisashi asked bitterly, trying with all of his might to keep the growl out of his voice, though immediately standing up so he could hug Izuku once more. The boy quickly latching onto the alpha once again. And not exactly tea to me. B but I heard him tell us someone. Izuku stuttered while Hisashi had to bite his tongue to keep himself from growling. Knowing that his quirk would activate him, he allowed himself to. Who? Hisashi asked, his voice strained from his pent-up anger. Izuku took a moment to answer. The last thing he wanted was to risk Kirishima possibly getting in trouble for something that wasn't his fault. So he lied. I'm not sure. I didn't see them, and they spoke too quietly for me to hear them. Izuku stated while Hisashi merely groaned. Izuku, don't you dare listen to a word that BSRD says. You will be a hero. I know you'll be one of the best DMN heroes there has ever been. And don't let anyone, and I mean anyone at all, convince you otherwise. And if they keep trying to, just tell me, Papa or Toshi. 'Cause we'll talk to them. I have a feeling that means you'll blow their eardrums out of their head, and Toshi and Papa will either help you or cheer you on. Izuku stated while Hisashi didn't say anything, merely puckering his lips as he turned his head away from Izuku, making the boy laugh at his father's joking nature. Look, Izuku, I can't help it if one day I just accidentally get a little too loud around someone and Hitoshi and Papa just happen to have noise-canceling headphones and for whatever reason, Papa's quirk isn't working. Hisashi stated sassily while Izuku only laughed, the boy hugging his father tightly, Hisashi merely squeezing the boy back. Are you okay? Do you want to hang out with me and Papa in the booth before the one-on-one battles start? Hisashi asked while Izuku shook his head. No, I'm okay, thanks, Dad. Besides, I promised Hitoshi I would be right back. Alright then, Zuku. I'm going to have to tell Papa, you know? I know. But maybe if we're lucky he'll be too happy by me getting into the hero course to even notice his anger? Izuku asked sheepishly while Hisashi rolled his eyes. Yeah, good luck with that, kiddo. He'll be happy, but he's also going to be very angry once that happiness dies down some. Fine, just neither one of you punch him in the face again. Zuko, I told you. My hand slipped. It was just a pure coincidence that All Might's face just happened to be right where it slipped. Hisashi stated sassily while Izuku gave his father a knowing look. Bye, Dad. Izuku shouted as he walked off. Hisashi merely smiled at the boy, though immediately turned back to the direction of the booth so he could tell Aizawa everything. Though before Izuku could make it back to the bleachers, Todoroki came out from around the corner, causing Izuku to jump a little. Oh, Todoroki, right? Sorry, I didn't see you, Izuku stated sheepishly while Todoroki only glared slightly. Izuku shrinking back due to the glare. Follow me, Todoroki commanded while Izuku hesitantly followed the dual-haired boy. Once Izuku and Todoroki reached one of the tunnels to the arena, both boys placed their backs to the walls, neither saying a word, though Izuku couldn't help but feel intimidated by the other boy's stare. You caused me to break my oath. It will not happen again, Todoroki stated while Izuku looked at the boy questioningly for a moment. Oof, I don't understand, Izuku stated, truly baffled as to what was being said to him. I refuse to use my fire. I refuse to use the quirk my father has given me, Todoroki declared while Izuku went wide-eyed at the statement. The old memories flooded into his mind. Why would you not want to use your quirk? It's powerful, it can be a gift. I can tell. It would be a waste to not use it, Izuku stated, trying to see exactly what it was Todoroki was refusing. Todoroki scoffed. If that's what you want to call it. You know nothing of what this quirk means, Todoroki stated venomously while he looked Izuku up and down, and then frowned as if somewhat disappointed by what was before him. You're right, I don't. So, tell me, Todoroki. Why do you hate it? Izuku asked, his tone turning cold and stern. He needed to know what it truly was that Todoroki feared. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? That is what my parents did. My father bought my mother, and because of his sick obsession with defeating All Might, he cast aside and abused my older brothers and sister. He drove my mother to the point of madness, and that's when she poured boiling water on my face. He threw her into some hospital and forbade me from seeing her. I was meant to be his masterpiece. But I refused to be anything like him. I refused to use the quirk he gave me. Todoroki finally snapped, venom and bitterness lacing his every word, while Izuku could only stare at the boy in shock. He felt sympathy for Todoroki, because he knew exactly what it was like to despise a part of yourself all because of a single person. I will beat you with only my ice. You will not make me break my oath again. Todoroki declared while Izuku could tell this was now a declaration of rivalry, of war. Todoroki then walked away without a word, leaving Izuku with a million questions. Though it also left the boy with a heart full of sympathy for the other boy. He wanted to hug Todoroki and tell the boy that he was not alone, that he too knew what such events in someone's life caused them. Though Izuku had to hold himself back and hold his tongue. He knew there would be a time and place to tell Todoroki that he was not alone. But now was not that time. So, Izuku then headed back to the bleachers. Once Izuku made it back, Hitoshi looked at the boy with a questioning stare. Izuku chose to return to his seat beside his brother, rather than sit near Kirishima. Izuku still felt a slight sense of betrayal and hurt from the conversation he overheard. Why were you gone for so long? Hitoshi asked while Izuku merely smiled at his brother, though Hitoshi was not being fooled by the forced and strained expression. I'll tell you everything once we're home, Dad knows and he helped so I'm okay. Izuku reassured quietly, being sure to keep his voice at a whisper, while Hitoshi sighed, though nodding to the Omega in agreeance. The first few fights were impressive, though incredibly quick. Izuku was sure to pay close attention to them all, studying what could eventually be his future opponents carefully. And even after Hitoshi was beaten by Bakugo in their round together, the Alpha continued to help the other with keeping notes. Tsu knew that Izuku's first battle would be with Todoroki, so he needed to be ready. Though when it was time for Kirishima's battle with Tetsu, Izuku couldn't help but watch worriedly. His fear of what One for All could do to the redhead scared the Omega far more than what he wished. But as midnight signaled for the two to begin, Kirishima merely held out a hand and readied his fist as Tetsu charged at the boy, his skin turned to steel. Though a loud blast could be heard. And while it was clear no one else most likely heard it, Izuku did. He heard the sound of breaking. He heard Kirishima and Tetsu break. The crowd was left in a silent shock. Kirishima's arm was broken horribly, while Tetsu lay unconscious at the very end of the arena, far off of the sparring ground. Thankfully not horribly injured thanks to the boy activating his quirk in time for Kirishima's blast. The crowd then soon erupted at the sight of the raw and unhinged power. Though Kirishima looked horrified at the state of the other boy. That is before a few robots quickly took Tetsu. Kirishima wins. Midnight announced while everyone in the stands either cheered or stared silently in shock. Though as Kirishima then left the arena, no doubt going to go visit Recovery Girl. Izuku stood and handed Hitoshi his notebook. Where are you going? I want to get ready for my match. It's up soon, Izuku stated, though he truly was just planning on going to visit Kirishima. Alright, you sure you don't want this? Hitoshi asked as he waved the notebook around, only for Izuku to shake his head as he walked out of the stands. Though once reaching Recovery Girl's office, Izuku hesitated. For all he knew Kirishima could most likely hate him because of what All Might told him. But at the same time, Izuku's anxiety was eating him alive. So, he knew he had to pick his poison. Hey, Recovery Girl, Izuku spoke quietly, hoping to not disturb Kirishima or Tetsu. The green-haired boy immediately noticed the passed-out teen that lay unmoving on one of the hospital beds. Oh Izuku, hello dear. Are you alright? Did you injure yourself in one of those matches as well? Recovery Girl asked while Izuku shook his head. No, I came to see if Kirishima was okay? Izuku stated hesitantly, while Recovery Girl nodded, pointing to one of the drawn curtains that separate the hospital beds. I need to go talk to Mr. Vlad for a moment so we can call Tetsu's parents. You can talk to your friend, dear. Recovery girl stated as she walked out of the office, Izuku paling slightly at the fact that he was now alone with a man that could quite possibly, and quite understandably, hate him. Kirishima? Are you okay? And awake? Izuku asked gently as he pushed on the curtain slightly, hoping to draw the alpha's attention and give him a warning so he could tell Izuku to leave before Izuku would pull back the curtain. Yamadash. Izuku? Kind of? Kirishima answered back, the alpha honestly surprised that it was Izuku to visit him first. Though Izuku then took Kirishima's reply as the okay to pull back the curtain, nonetheless doing it slowly just in case Izuku's assumption was wrong. Izuku, why did you pull it back like you were going to see a jump scare? Kirishima joked as he chuckled slightly at the boy's hesitation. Izuku merely puffed out his cheeks in response. I just wanted to give you the chance to tell me to go away if you didn't want me here. And I just wanted to make sure you were okay. You looked a little shell-shocked back there. Izuku stated while Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Yeah, I didn't know my quirk could do that. Well, it's really cool. I'm guessing your hardening quirk can store energy in some form? And that's why you could make that blast? Izuku asked, trying his hardest to play along with the act that he knew nothing of One for All, or the fact that Kirishima possessed it. Yeah, that I think. I haven't done a lot of research, but I think that's it. Kirishima stated while Izuku nodded. The boy slowly reached out to gently touch Kirishima's uninjured hand, giving the alpha time to push him away, only for the redhead to allow him to place his hand on his own while watching the Omega questioningly. Izuku could tell that the flame inside Kirishima had gone down, though it was still blazing and dangerous. Most of the pent-up energy had thankfully been released. Izuku? What are you doing? Kirishima teased quietly while Izuku pulled his hand back, the slight burn on his fingertips aiding in his quick movements. Oh, well, my quirk allows him to feel the natural effect that a quirk has on someone. Like, say with Denki's quirk, when I touch him, even if I didn't borrow his quirk, I can still feel the sparks of electricity on him. Though I only feel it faintly since his body has grown a resistance to his quirk. But I guess since yours is strong it's almost an overwhelming feeling, though that can happen when I touch people with really powerful quirks and I'm not paying attention. And I wanted to make sure your body had settled from the shock. Izuku explained, though leaving out the part where he knew it was One for All and that he believed that Kirishima's hardening quirk just had some extra stuff to it. Oh wow. That's manly dude. And thanks for checking in. Kirishima stated as he smiled at the Omega, Izuku thankful that the redhead didn't ask further questions. Though the boy paled slightly when All Might walked in, Recovery Girl was thankfully behind him. The Alpha's gaze then met Izuku's as the Omega tried to control his trembling. Though Recovery Girl immediately noticed the tension and grabbed Izuku's hand. Thank you so much dear for informing your fathers for me dear and giving them the papers. Saved me the trouble. I'm sorry I had you come back here. I ended up not having anything else for you. Recovery Girl stated. The woman came up with a lie quickly while Izuku gave her a thankful look. No problem ma'am. Feel better soon Kirishima. You have to fight Bakugo next. The boy shouted while he quickly walked past All Might and out into the hallway once more. Now having to prepare for his own fight. When Izuku walked out onto the arena, the boy immediately noticed that Todoroki looked different. He didn't look fully there, he looked like he was in pain. And it killed Izuku inside that he knew what was causing the boy such pain, and he was unable to do anything about it. On your marks. Fight. Midnight announced loudly while Izuku then immediately charged forward, avoiding the spurts of ice that were being thrown at him. Izuku had watched Todoroki fight. He knew the boy wouldn't use his fire, especially after what had been said back there. So, all he had to do was dodge the ice. Though what Izuku wasn't particularly expecting was for Todoroki to aim a direct hit for him. Though he narrowly dodged the attack as he formulated a plan to get close enough to knock Todoroki out of bounds, or to borrow his quirk and use that against the dual-haired boy. Todoroki continued to send out waves of ice, trying to trap the Omega, only for Izuku to use his shadows to launch himself directly at Todoroki while still dodging the attacks, though stopping only about 10 feet from the boy as he landed on one of the larger chunks of ice. Do you see this, Todoroki? You haven't laid a single hit on me. Unlike you, I would do anything to become a hero. If you don't truly give it your all, then you have no right to be here with the people who are willing to sacrifice to become a hero. So, stop screwing around and give me an actual fight. Izuku yelled, while the dual-haired boy only growled slightly in anger. Todoroki then sent another wave of ice at Izuku, hitting the boy in the arm damagingly, though despite the broken arm, Izuku once again summoned his shadows and morphed them into capture weapons that hugged his arms tightly, only to stand back up, ready to fight again. The hit went back and forth, with Izuku being able to land a few hits on Todoroki while Todoroki landed far more than Izuku. Though finally, a final wave of ice knocked Izuku onto the ground. Though once again Izuku merely got back up and readied himself to fight once more. Did my father send you to do this? Is he bribing you to draw out my flame? Todoroki finally screamed at Izuku while the boy merely tried to catch his breath. No one sent me, Todoroki. And you're trembling, you're harming yourself by doing this. By rejecting who you are. Izuku could barely yell back as he dodged yet another wave of ice. I refuse to use that BSTRD's quirk. I refuse to be anything like him. Todoroki shouted back as he sent another wave of ice, hitting Izuku's already damaged arm, now breaking it. You're in pain, Yamada. You have a broken arm and you can't win this. Why are you putting yourself in so much pain for no reason? Todoroki shouted, though the crowd merely stared at the two questioningly, no one else being able to hear the boys' conversation, so it was strange as to why they were at a standstill. But Izuku could tell, he could tell Todoroki was in just as much pain as him. He saw the similarities, he recognized the broken gaze of someone who had been torn down and forced to be strong. Though Todoroki was caught off guard when Izuku smiled gently at the boy. I will do anything to become a hero, Todoroki. I will do it for the people who believe in me and who love me. I don't know what you went through as a child, I don't even truly know you. But I do know that you don't deserve to be the best if you won't try your hardest. That's why I'll beat you, Izuku shouted while Todoroki tried and failed to send another wave of ice. If you want to be a hero, Todoroki, then give it everything you have. Show me that you truly deserve to be a hero. Shut up. Todoroki shouted as he sent another wave of ice, though Izuku used a sharpened shadow to cut through the ice to avoid getting knocked out of bounds. Why are you helping your opponent? Because I know what it's like, Todoroki. I know what it's like to be burdened with a quirk by your own father. I know what that pain is like. And we want the same thing. We want to be heroes. Izuku shouted back while Todoroki stared at the boy wide-eyed. It's your quirk, not his. We are not our fathers. So, show me who you are, Todoroki. Izuku shouted as he summoned his shadows to reach for Todoroki. Though at Izuku's declaration, Todoroki remembered his mother, her cries and screams, his siblings, his older brother. Everything. All at once, everything came back to him, and yet he completely forgot about his father. For that one moment, that man had no hold on him. And Todoroki remembered why he wanted to be a hero in the first place. And within a mere moment, blazes erupted in front of Izuku, scorching his gym uniform slightly, though the boy hardly took notice as the ice that had stuck to his broken arm melted and Todoroki's fire only grew. He's using his fire. Todoroki hasn't once used his fire. What on earth happened down there? We need to start putting microphones on these kids. I'm missing all of the details going on down there. Hisashi announced while the crowd erupted into cheers and screams at the sight. Even though you want to win, you're still trying to help your enemy. Which one of us is screwing around now? And despite Izuku's pain, the boy smiled brightly at the other, while the dual-haired boy returned the smile, his hair billowing around the hot wind. Flames encased his left side, scorching the ground, while a frosty fog encircled around his right side, showing Izuku what his power truly was. Yes, Shoto. Here is where we start a new beginning for us. You've finally given up this childish rebellion. You will live up to the very reason I created you. Endeavor's voice roared from the crowd, the hero marching down the stands to get to the closest viewing point. While many turned to stare at the number 2 pro hero, many looked at the man with appalled or distasteful looks. Though Todoroki didn't hear him. He tuned out the roars of the man and focused on the boy in front of him. And within a moment, the two lunged forward to each other, Izuku's shadows growing ginormous as they began to circle the arena and trying and grab for Todoroki, only for the boy to use his fire to deflect or burn them completely. Todoroki pressed his right foot deeper into the ground, creating an icy tower with his ice. While his flames steadily grew, Izuku matched his display as he created a strong and speeding wind as his shadows began to circle the arena faster, though Izuku didn't notice when blood began to run down his arm from where his hand was raised, slowly leaking from his fingertips to his forearm. "That's it, Midnight!" Cementos yelled, using his quirk to quickly create cement to try and stop them, and break the strong winds that Izuku had created. "One of them could be killed. Their bodies won't hold up," Midnight shouted, her sleep-inducing quirk not affecting either boy. Todoroki used his ice structure to shoot a whole glacier of poles and spikes at the boy, Izuku maneuvering out of the way of the oncoming assailants, the frozen matter crashing loudly behind him. And despite both of the pros' involvement, neither boy ceased their rapidly growing display of power. "I see now, Yamada." "Thank you," Todoroki stated quietly as he raised his fiery hand, ready to meet Izuku's shadows, looking the boy in the eye. And before they could meet, a series of Cementos's cement walls appeared between them. It took on the attack of the flame and shadows, only for the impact to cause the walls to break and explode. Midnight was thrown back from the recoil, as was Cementos himself. Winds, gusts, and slight debris flew everywhere. The crowd in the stands hand to hold onto one another or the railings, trying to prevent themselves from flying away due to the strong wind currents. After a few moments, once the winds and smoke settled, the aftermath began to die down. "Holy CRP! Midnight, who won the match?" Hisashi shouted while the crowd stared at the destroyed arena in awe. Midnight groaned quietly as she stood to her feet. Todoroki was still standing, half shirtless, and still standing within the bounds. However, his face held an expression of indescribable emotions. Though as Midnight turned to look to the other side of the arena, there was Izuku, splayed out unconscious on a chunk of ice. Yamada is out of bounds and unconscious. Todoroki advances to the next round. At the announcement, the crowd cheered loudly while Hisashi and Aizawa both disconnected their microphones and looked at each other. Neither had once seen Izuku use his power to such an extent, and they needed to know what caused the boy to use such an amount of power. Once Izuku woke up, the boy was slightly disoriented, the boy's eyes becoming irritated by the bright ceiling light. Only for Recovery Girl to poke her head into Izuku's line of vision, shadowing the light slightly, allowing Izuku to fully open his eyes, only for the women to flash an equally as bright light in Izuku's eyes, causing the boy to groan as he tried to shield his eyes. "Good, your eyes seem fine. Now, what on earth were you doing back there? I thought you knew better than to use your quirk so thoughtlessly. It really does drain you, dear. I could barely heal you." Recovery Girl scolded while Izuku sat up, pushing his back to the wall to support himself. The boy only holding his arm out in front of him as he clenched and unclenched his hand. Thankful that there were no other scars on his arm other than the ones from the past. "I'm sorry, I guess I lost focus. I didn't even notice. It's not me you should be apologizing to, dear. Your parents were worried sick. I thought Hisashi was going to have a heart attack. Though dear, you should be careful with how you use your quirk." "I mean that," Recovery Girl commanded as she handed Izuku a lollipop, hoping to bring the boy's blood sugar back up. "I will, and don't worry, all it does is drain my energy. Nothing an adrenaline or energy shot won't fix." "No, dear. That's not what I mean. When you came in, your scars had reopened. Your arms were horribly bloody. That's why your fathers were so worried. Your broken bone was the least of your injuries." Recovery Girl explained while Izuku paled slightly at the statement. "Dear, you've never truly told us how deep your scars went. They are not mere paper cuts, Izuku. They are deep. You need to be careful. You need to give yourself time to train and build endurance to your quirk. Because I fear this happening again." Especially if I or any other medical professional is not around. Recovery girl interrupted as she gently patted Izuku's arm. The boy merely nodded gently to the woman. I promise, ma'am, I'll be more careful. Good, now when you are feeling better you may go back to your friends. They must be worried as well. Recovery girl stated as she walked over to her computer and began to mess with some work things. Izuku merely grabbed the new gym shirt that had been set next to the bed, quickly putting the shirt on as he grabbed another lollipop and waved to the woman as he left the room. Though once reaching 1A's bleachers, Izuku was instantly met with a crowd. Only for Hitoshi to break through said crowd and grab Izuku harshly by the back of his neck. Izuku, I swear if I do not get some explanations by the end of the day, I'm sending your butt back to Recovery Girl on a gurney. Hitoshi hissed quietly into Izuku's ear while the boy nodded frantically. Oh, dude, that fight was insane. You were seriously awesome. But are you okay? You looked seriously effed up. Denki shouted as he pushed past Hitoshi, separating the two while Hitoshi growled quietly, Denki merely giving him a nonchalant look in return. Thanks, guys, and I'm fine, nothing that couldn't be fixed. Bro. I come back from Recovery Girl expecting to see everyone here just fine. Only to walk in right as your match is going on and watch you destroy the stadium and yourself. That's just insane, man. Kirishima chimed in while everyone muttered something in agreement. Yeah. Though is Cementos still fixing up what Todoroki and I did? Izuku asked as he pointed to the arena, the ground once again having been destroyed. Oh no dude. That was all Kirishima and Bakugo. You missed one hell of a fight. Siro chimed in while Izuku then looked to the redhead. Yeah, my match with Bakugo was right after yours. And he ended up blasting me out of bounds. Kirishima explained while Izuku nodded. So that means you came in third place because now it's just Todoroki and Bakugo fighting to see who gets first. Izuku stated while Kirishima nodded. The group then dissipated as they all took their seats to watch the final round. In the end, it was Todoroki who had lost, Bakugo having won first place. Though the boy not taking it as gracefully as one may presume. Having to be chained to the podium to keep him from losing his cool. Even as All Might presented them all with their medals. Izuku had gone back to his classroom after the award ceremony, wanting to grab his backpack so he could change into far more comfortable clothes. Though once having done so, the boy went to the front of the school to wait on Hitoshi, only for Bakugo to walk up from behind him, startling the boy. Oh, Bakugo. Hi. Is there something you needed? Izuku asked as he turned to face the blonde, though Bakugo merely clicked his tongue in annoyance as he glared at Izuku. You FING nerd. Since when do you FING call me that? And why the F did you not come back and tell me you weren't effing dead? Bakugo shouted as he hunched his back and leaned closer into Izuku's face, causing the boy to shriek quietly as he jumped back away from the blonde. What? Bakugo, I think you might have me confused for someone. I have no idea what else I'm supposed to call you, and I'm not sure what you mean when you say I didn't come back and tell you I wasn't dead. Izuku asked while Bakugo's eyes widened slightly, only for the alpha to growl lowly as he grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt, lifting the boy from the ground while Izuku shrieked and grabbed the blonde's wrists, while Bakugo just glared at the boy murderously. Don't you dare effing pretend like you don't effing know me. Just because your hair has changed a bit and you have a different surname doesn't mean you can hide from me, Deku. Bakugo shouted while Izuku's eyes widened at the nickname. Deku, only one person had called him that. Even when the name became more so of an insult when he was bullied as a child. Only one person had ever called him that. Kaken? Izuku asked quietly while Bakugo then allowed Izuku's feet to once again touch the ground. The blonde clicked his tongue in annoyance as he continued to glare at the Omega. Not as stupid as you look. But why the F are you here now? Why is your name changed? What the F did you do to your hair? It was never this green before. And where the F have you been? Bakugo shouted as he grabbed Izuku's arm harshly, not allowing the boy to create any more distance between them. Though before Izuku was even given the chance to even comprehend the situation, or what had just been asked of him. Hitoshi came from behind the boy and yanked him harshly from the blonde's grip. Oi, we're going home. See you later. Bakugo. Hitoshi stated as he wrapped his arm around Izuku's shoulders, though spitting out the blonde's name as one would spit out a vile poison, as the two walked away. Bakugo merely growled quietly as he stuffed his hands back into his pockets and walked away. Once the two had gotten far enough away, Izuku gripped his brother's arm tightly, his eyes cast towards the ground while Hitoshi gently placed his hand on top of Izuku's head. Once we get home, I need you to promise what I tell you will never be spoken of aside from me and you. Papa and Dad can't even know. Izuku commanded while Hitoshi nodded. I promise. No one will know. Wait. So let me get this straight. So, Todoroki has an abusive father that is so much like AFO that it caused you to go back into defense mode and that's why your quirk went berserk. Kirishima is All Might's protege and that Beatty has told Kirishima about you and AFO and convinced Kirishima that you have bad intentions and that you are still on his side. And Bakugo Katsuki is your old childhood friend, Kaken, though in all honesty he wasn't much of your friend, more so than he was your bully. Hitoshi recapped as he paced around his room, Izuku sitting on the boy's bed, his hands folded in his lap while he kept his eyes to the floor. Yeah, that's pretty much everything. And Dad and Papa only know that All Might was talking shit about you to someone, they have no clue that it was Kirishima, and they don't know about anything else? Hitoshi asked while Izuku nodded. And you only want Papa and Dad to know just what they know now and what's going on with Todoroki? Nothing else? Why yeah, I don't want to cause them trouble with their students. And I know Todoroki needs the help, despite the fact he would most likely never be willing to take any kind of help. Izuku explained while Hitoshi hummed quietly. You're not wrong. But Izuku, are you okay? This is a lot to take in just one day. Not to mention you will be spending every day with these people, you can't avoid them. Hitoshi stated as he sat next to Izuku, though the Omega merely sighed as he leaned against his brother. The Alpha then wrapped his arm around Izuku's shoulder and squeezed him reassuringly. I know, I guess I'm okay? I can't say I'm sad, but it's like a dreadful numbness, I hate this feeling. Izuku muttered as he rested his head on Hitoshi's shoulder. The Alpha then turned his head to stare down at the boy. Is there a reason why you hate this emotion? Does it come with memories? Or is it just the moment you are in that makes you hate it? Both. I remember feeling this way when he would punish me. But the moment right now doesn't help. Izuku clarified while Hitoshi could only hum softly in understanding, despite having truly no clue of what it was Izuku was feeling, or how to even help his brother deal with such emotions. Is there anything else you need to tell me about today? 'Cause at this point I wouldn't be surprised if you told me that you were going to grow wings and become a professional bird. Hitoshi joked, trying to lighten up the mood the best he could, while Izuku snorted out a laugh, though looking down back at his hands once more, Recovery Girl's warning ringing clear in his head, along with the true power Izuku had just learned Kirishima wielded. He knew that he could truly only keep one of these secrets, and he refused to give Kirishima any more reason to not trust him. Actually, why? It's my quirk. What happened back there with my match with Todoroki? The match? What happened? Other than your quirk going berserk? Izuku could only take in a deep breath slowly as he sighed, trying to find the best words to describe what happened, despite the fact he hadn't even noticed the details of what had happened to him until Recovery Girl informed him. At the time the boy had been too entrapped in helping Todoroki to notice his own self-destruction. My scars reopened during the match. I've been piecing it together, and I've come to the conclusion that whenever I use too much of my quirk, it not only can drain my energy, but it can reopen my scars, though I don't know why it only reopened these, Izuku explained as he trailed his finger up the vine of scars that decorated his arms. Though Hitoshi only looked at the boy with a horrified expression, one of which Izuku hadn't seen in quite some time. Izuku, are you okay? Is that why you passed out? Is that why you were in the med bay for so long? Do Dad and Papa know, 'cause this is something you really can't hide from them, Izuku? Hitoshi rambled while Izuku then placed his hands on either side of his brother's face, squishing his face gently, which caused the Alpha to calm down slightly. 1. I'm fine. Recovery Girl healed them, so there is no need to worry. 2. It was one of the reasons my scars are actually really deep, so whenever they open, they need to be addressed quickly. 3. It was one of the reasons I was in the med bay for so long. And 4, Papa and Dad know to some extent, though I plan to tell them about this. I wouldn't dare hide this from them. But the other stuff really shouldn't be talked about to them, mainly because those 2 are their students. Izuku explained while Hitoshi sighed to himself, gently detaching Izuku's hands from his face as he raked a hand through his disheveled hair. Fine, I can understand this. Just please promise me you'll be careful. I worry that you're going to do something stupid and then the next time I see you, you'll be in a hospital bed. Hitoshi stated, trying his best to convey his worry correctly to his brother, never having been blessed with the talent of speech. I'm sorry I make you worry. But I'll be okay. And I promise to always come to you if I need help, especially when it's things that I can't exactly talk to Dad or Papa about. Good, I'm keeping you to that promise, you know. And I'm your big brother, it's my job to worry, though most of the time you just make me have to take some overtime. And it's only fair I don't rat you out on shit that you don't want Papa or Dad to know. Honestly, you know too much of my own shit that I should be worried about ever truly crossing you. Hitoshi joked as he hugged Izuku tightly, the Omega merely laughing as he squeezed Hitoshi tightly back in return. Nah, I'm not doing that. I promise whatever you tell me in confidence will stay between us. No matter how set I get at you. Izuku swore while Hitoshi looked down at his brother with a questioning look. What's that look for? Izuku asked while Hitoshi then looked up and stared at his wall for a moment, trying to comprehend something, though only to let go of Izuku as he continued to pace, muttering quietly under his breath before stopping abruptly and pointing at Izuku, causing the Omega to jump slightly. Just this. I want to know how in the F All Might could ever think you could ever work with the villains when you won't even use anything against me. Your brother. That's what you're supposed to do, use my sheet against me. Like, you literally are the definition of a cinnamon roll personified. I just dash. I don't get it. Is he blind? Hitoshi yelled as he gestured widely to Izuku and other things around the room. While Izuku could only laugh at his brother's theatrics, showing clearly that he was indeed Hizashi's son. Toshi! Zukyu! Get yo butts down here. Hizashi's voice rang loudly through the house, distracting Izuku and Hitoshi both from the Alpha's confusion-filled rant. The 2 then quickly ran down the stairs and into the kitchen, only to see Hizashi and Aizawa both smiling smugly as they held a single envelope. Zuku, I believe this is yours, Hizashi stated happily as he handed the Omega the envelope. The boy quickly opened it and pulled out the single letter that awaited them inside. Hitoshi merely peered over his shoulder the entire time. Dear Izuku Yamada, it is with great pleasure that the staff of UA High School welcome you into the UA Hero Course program of Class 1A. Congratulations. The schedule change for your program will be changed effective immediately. I got in. I'm in the Hero Course. Izuku screamed excitedly while Hitoshi cheered loudly as Izuku quickly latched onto Aizawa, Hizashi cheering alongside his son. See, I told you, you would make it in, Aizawa whispered gently to Izuku as he rubbed the boy's scalp soothingly as Izuku cried into the older Omega's chest. Family hug. Hizashi cheered as he hugged Aizawa and Izuku from behind, while Hitoshi squished Izuku further into Aizawa as he joined in on the hug, causing Izuku to laugh at his father and brother's antics, though Aizawa merely shouted at Hizashi about how they were crapped in such a state, despite the older Omega enjoying the hug, much to Hizashi's knowledge. After the group separated from the hug and Hitoshi and Izuku continued to read over the letter time and time again to make sure that it was real, Hizashi and Aizawa then took notice of the bandages that still rested on Izuku's arms. And the 2 were reminded of what had happened previously that day. Izuku, you need to tell us what happened at the match with Todoroki. What caused that? And are you okay? Aizawa asked as he gently grabbed Izuku's hand, while Hitoshi and Izuku then looked at each other, both knowing that this would be quite some explaining to do. Izuku honestly wished he could say he wasn't nervous, that having his brother with him calmed his nerves, that he truly believed everything to be okay. Though he knew if he were to tell anyone such things, he would be a liar. Once the weekend and 2 days after the sports festival had ended, Wednesday would be Izuku's first day in Class 1A. While the boy had of course told Mei and Monoma, Mei had been slightly disappointed that her apprentice of sorts would no longer be as available, while Monoma was slightly annoyed that Izuku would have to be among the people he had a very strong disliking for. The two inevitably congratulated Izuku and were happy that their friend had made it to where he deserved. And while Izuku had registered that he would have to socialize with everyone he met at the sports festival, he didn't truly take into account two people in particular, Kirishima and Bakugo, or as Izuku now sticks to calling him once more, Kaken. Honestly, Kirishima wasn't the one Izuku was horribly concerned about. He knew that he would have to work extra hard to get the redhead to believe that he was not in fact on the side of the villains. But he was willing to go to such extents. While with Kirishima, Izuku knew the boy hardly at all, and if he was being completely transparent, the redhead frightened him a little bit. But despite his slight fear, it was clear that Kirishima was a good person who wouldn't jump to any unnecessary actions without reason. Though with Bakugo it was a completely different story. Izuku had very few memories of his old friend, but in most of his memories, Bakugo was always loud, abrasive, aggressive, and slightly cruel. Even towards Izuku, going as far as to say the blonde had kept Izuku around just so he could have someone to pick on. And while Izuku knew that in all logical reasoning, it would be befitting to say that he and Bakugo had never truly been friends, rather than Bakugo having been Izuku's childhood bully. The Omega still couldn't truly believe such things when they were said. It felt wrong and untruthful. Though once again all logic pointed towards the fact that Izuku and Bakugo had just never been friends. But despite Izuku's relations with both boys, he had completely forgotten about them, having been too excited over the weekend preparing to enter into the hero course, even going as far as to call Ochako, the girl having given Izuku her number. And the two both talked happily for some time. And Ochako promised to help Izuku in anything at all for when he transferred. Much to Izuku's gratitude. Though when Wednesday did come, Izuku's anxiety returned full force as he followed Hitoshi into the classroom. Aizawa had to go to a morning meeting before classes, so the teacher wouldn't be with the two until school officially started, which left an entire half hour until the teacher would return. Thankfully when the two walked in, it was only Todoroki, Ida, and Ochako. No one else having arrived yet. Izuku! You're here! Ochako cheered as she ran forward and hugged the boy tightly. Izuku happily returned the affection while Hitoshi stepped away from the two, having a feeling that he would as well be attacked with a hug from the brunette. Yamada! It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Tenya Ida, Alpha. I am happy to see that you are in our class now. Your displays at the sports festival were impressive. Ida stated as he held out his hand for Izuku to shake, while Hitoshi glared confusedly at the blue-haired Alpha, though Izuku didn't have the heart to tell the boy that they had already met. Izuku Yamada, Omega. And thank you. It's nice to meet you. Izuku introduced himself politely while Hitoshi only continued to glare harshly at the other Alpha, only for Izuku to swat his hand in his brother's face before Ida noticed. Hello, again Yamada. It is good to see you are in our class, Todoroki stated blandly, while Izuku then turned to the dual-haired boy and smiled brightly. Todoroki, I'm glad to see you as well. How are you? I wasn't able to talk to you after our match. I wanted to say I was incredibly impressed, Izuku stated cheerfully while Todoroki smiled gently at the boy, the small upturn of his lips barely visible if at all. Actually, I was hoping I would be able to talk to you as well. Do you mind if we step out? Todoroki asked while Izuku nodded, though Hitoshi merely gave his brother a questioning look before Izuku merely shrugged. When the two were out in the hallway, Todoroki turned to Izuku with a determined look, while Izuku was only confused further by the determination in the boy's eyes. Are you present mixed secret love child? Now to say the least. That was not what Izuku was expecting. Ayayua. Maybe. Izuku stuttered, still a little shocked by the bluntness of the question. Does that mean? Is he the one that harmed you? Todoroki asked hesitantly, as Izuku then went wide-eyed at Todoroki's question, the boy only then remembering what he had told the dual-haired boy amid their battle. Because I know what it's like, Todoroki. I know what it's like to be burdened with a quirk by your own father. I know what that pain is like. And we want the same thing. We want to be heroes. Izuku shouted back while Todoroki stared at the boy wide-eyed. Oh, Definitely not. You see, present Mike is my dad, but he's technically my uncle, though he's my mom's brother-in-law, and he and his husband adopted me. Izuku explained while Todoroki sighed, the dual-haired boy relieved that his teacher wasn't similar to his father. Wait, his husband? Isn't that Aizawa? Todoroki asked while Izuku went pale at the question. How the hell did he figure all of this out? Izuku thought to himself as he nodded slightly, seeing no point in lying to the boy. How did you figure all of this out? Yamada and Aizawa seem to share a mother and son relationship, and they usually showed up together, and he resembles Aizawa quite a bit, not to mention I saw how present Mike hugged you and talked to you. It was clear he was acting as a father would. And seeing as you and Yamada are brothers, it was not hard to figure out that they were together and your parents. Todoroki explained while Izuku was left shocked. Okay. Well dang, I didn't think anyone noticed. Most people don't really notice anything. Izuku stated sheepishly while Todoroki huffed slightly. Well, most people focus far too much on the wrong details and they miss the actual picture. Todoroki stated while Izuku could only nod, not truly knowing how to respond to the boy. And I realize I haven't actually introduced myself. I'm Shota Todoroki, Omega. Nice to formally meet you, Yamada. Todoroki introduced himself while Izuku smiled at the boy. You can call me Izuku, it'll get confusing if you say, Yamada, Izuku. Stated while Todoroki merely nodded, though the two then noticed that more of the class had begun to arrive. Along with Aizawa walking into the classroom, still somehow in his sleeping bag, the man merely nodded to Izuku as he passed him. I suppose we should go inside. Yeah. Once getting back inside, Izuku looked to Aizawa, hoping the man would tell him where his seat was supposed to be. Izuku, you'll sit in the third seat on the far left, Aizawa stated quietly as he slumped back onto the floor to try and get some extra sleep. Once Izuku was seated, he couldn't help but notice that Hitoshi was farther away from him, along with Ochako and Todoroki. So ultimately he was stranded by himself on this side of the room. Though he fully intended on making some new friends. He just hadn't figured it out yet. Hey! You're the new boy. Izuku startled slightly at the sudden voice, only to look to his side and see a floating uniform. Though the boy then quickly realized that the floating form was the girl, Hagakure. Oh why yeah I am. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Yamada, Omega. Izuku introduced himself, trying to find a good place to look, though it was hard when the person you were talking to was completely invisible. You're adorable. I'm Toru Hagakure, Beta. Yamada. Why didn't you tell us you had the cutest brother? Hagakure yelled as the girl seemingly turned to look at Hitoshi, though the alpha merely smirked smugly in response. Little brother might I add. Hitoshi teased as he leaned back in his seat and kicked his feet up onto his desk, though Ida immediately turned to scold the alpha for doing so, stating he needed to respect school property. Yeah, by like a couple of months, Toshi Izuku sassed back while Hagakure squealed at the use of the nickname. Though Hitoshi merely sat up completely and glared at Izuku's challenge. Oh, so, you want to play that game, little brother? Fine by me, green bean, Hitoshi sassed back while Izuku flushed slightly at the old nickname. Wait, is that your nickname? Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Just as Izuku was about to retort Hitoshi's nickname use with his own, Mina squealed from the doorway, Denki and Siro right behind her, along with Shoji, Kuda, and Aoyama standing next to her. Toshi! You traitor! Izuku groaned as he hid his face in his hands, already knowing that the nickname would now forever stick. Wait, no! Izuku, it's a cute nickname. Denki shouted as he, Aoyama, and Mina ran forward to stand next to Hagakure, the three talking and doting over Izuku while the boy merely glared at his brother, though Hitoshi merely snickered quietly to himself as he watched his brother's torment with utter glee. Siro, Shoji, and Kuda merely chuckled as they took their seats, not against the free entertainment. Bonjour mon ami, ravi de te rencontrer. Aoyama, Beta, it is a pleasure to meet you. Aoyama introduced himself as he twirled slightly in his introduction, and Izuku laughed quietly at the boy's theatrics, reminding him of his father in a way. Mina, Hagakure, Aoyama, Kaminari. Don't be rude to our new classmate. Crowding him on his first day is impolite. A tall black-haired girl commanded scoldingly, while Izuku recognized her as Yoruzu from the sports festival. Another girl was standing next to her, though when she looked at Izuku she merely gave a small smile and a polite nod. Izuku copied her actions in return. I'm Momo Yoruzu, Alpha, and the vice class president. It's nice to meet you, Momo stated as she waved at Izuku, while the boy merely nodded to the girl. I'm Kyuka Beta. Nice to meet you. I'm Izuku Yamada, Omega. It's nice to meet you both too. Izuku replied while Jiraiya then looked over to Hitoshi with a questioning look. Why didn't you tell us that you had a brother? Jiraiya asked while Hitoshi merely smirked in response. I knew he would be in this class after the sports festival, so there was no point in telling you guys about him when I could just let him introduce himself, Hitoshi answered as he looked at Izuku with a smug expression, while Izuku merely stuck his tongue out at his brother in response. Dan Yamada, why couldn't you have had a sister? We already got 2 Omegas, that's our guys. A small purple-headed boy stated as he took his seat behind Izuku, none of the girls or Denki and Izuku taking notice of his presence until that very moment. Oi Mineta dude. Not cool. Denki shouted while Mineta merely shrugged, Momo, Mina, Jiraiya, and Hagakure all joining in on the shouts against Mineta. Though Izuku then felt his anxiety return, especially now that he realized he would have to sit near the boy. Though Hitoshi didn't take the comment lightly as he went to march over to the boy, only for a small yet loud explosion to go off near the group. You know, for some useless FNG beta, you run your mouth a lot. You should learn when to shut the F up, Bakugo commanded gruffly, as he placed his bag on the desk in front of Izuku, the alpha not enjoying so many people being in his space. The group then turned to look at the blonde, only for Izuku to pale once Bakugo glared down at him. But, I knew I couldn't avoid him, but sitting right behind him. I just wanted one peaceful day. Just one. Izuku thought to himself as he tried to shrink further into his seat. Yeah, Mineta, that's not a manly thing to say. Especially to someone new in our class. Kirishima soon joined in as he then gently pushed past Mina and Hagakure to get to his desk, which inevitably was also right next to Izuku. Oh, come on. Izuku thought to himself as he watched Kirishima place his things on his desk as he glared at the beta behind Izuku harshly. I'm just stating the truth. Besides, I don't have anything against male Omegas, though it would have been nice if we had a girl one. Mineta tried to defend himself, while everyone only glared at him harder. Though before anyone else could say anything, Izuku had finally grown far too irritated and overwhelmed with the whole situation. You know, most people know how to speak to people politely. But clearly, you have not been taught such manners. Izuku stated coldly as he arose from the desk and turned to face the beta. And within an instant one of Izuku's shadows wrapped around the boy's arm and then extended to Mineta, grabbing the boy by his shirt collar and raising him into the air to where he was face to face with Izuku. It would be a shame if a pro hero had such manners as you. I wouldn't feel safe if you were the one to rescue me. A key component to being a hero is having respect for others so that they may come to respect and trust you. Because you will be responsible for people's lives. What you do matters. It is not a game you can just play thoughtlessly. And not to dare mention that your actions reflect this school, and I respect the teachers far too much to allow you to besmirch theirs and UA's name. Izuku stated harshly. His tone held an icy undertone that no one had expected, while his expression was practically unreadable, though nonetheless intimidating. While everyone in the class stared at the Omega wide-eyed. Well, all except Hitoshi, the alpha merely watching the scene with pure pride. Now I honestly do hope you and I can come to be friends. I didn't come to UA to make enemies. But I will not hesitate to remind you of this whenever you think it is appropriate for you to say such crude things and cause everyone around you to be uncomfortable. Have I made myself clear? Izuku asked as his shadow tightened the grip on the beta's collar ever so slightly, just to emphasize the boy's point. Mineta merely whimpered and nodded his head rapidly in response, while Izuku's expression and aura then changed drastically within a second. The boy then smiled kindly to the beta as he placed him back in his seat gently. But I do hope we can all be friends though, Mineta. Izuku stated as he ignored the multiple stares and sat back in his seat. Though Mina immediately knelt to where her chin was able to rest on Izuku's desk as she smiled wildly at the Omega. "Green bean, me and you are besties now," Mina whispered excitedly while Izuku merely smiled at the Alpha, though Momo and Kyuka merely smiled at Izuku in appreciation as they took their seats, while Denki just gave his thumbs up to Izuku as he smiled at the boy before going to his own seat. Though everyone's attention was then drawn away by Aizawa clearing his throat loudly, the older Omega having witnessed the scene, though nonetheless proud of Izuku for sticking up for himself. So, he pretended that he hadn't seen a thing. "Your bandages are gone, sir," Momo exclaimed once the man unzipped his sleeping bag. The old lady went overboard on her treatment, Aizawa sighed, rubbing at a scar on his face. On a more important note, we're having a special hero informatics class today. Here it is, the entire class thought to themselves in unison. Special? If it's a quiz, I swear. Denki groaned while a few others groaned with him. Code names, today is where you come up with hero names, Aizawa clarified while everyone immediately perked up at the notion. This is related to the pro-hero work things I mentioned prior a while back. The things you do here will affect your hero career in your third and second years, and may go on after that. Internships and agency partnerings come into play a lot in the real world, so you can become a pro or a pro's sidekick with experience. In other words, the offers from agencies that you receive here are from heroes who show interest in you. Usually, those offers may die down before graduation if the potential they sought in you was never there. Aizawa clarified while the class listened diligently. So, we have to prove ourselves if we're picked? Hagakure asked while Aizawa nodded as he then turned to the board. Yes, some of you got requests, varying in amounts. I'll show them here, with how many requests you received. I'll show them up here, with how many requests you received. I'll then give those who showed up on the board a full list of the information on each requested agency so you can pick. We have an instant set of other agencies or heroes you can choose from for the rest of you. Aizawa stated as he then clicked a button and the board lit up a list of names, numbers, and bars from the biggest to smallest. Shoto Todoroki, 4,123 offers. Katsuki Bakugu, 3,556 offers. Ijuku Kirishima, 1,011 offers. Fumikage Tokoyami, 360 offers. Tenya Ida, 301 offers. Izuku Yamada, 291 offers. Denki Kaminari, 272 offers. Momo Yoazu, 108 offers. Hitoshi Yamada, 99 offers. Ochako Uraraka, 20 offers. Hantasiro, 14 offers. In previous years, it's been far more spread out. But this year most of the focus has been on Todoroki, Bakugu, and Kirishima. Aizawa stated as he pointed to the scores. That's such a huge difference, Ochako muttered. Those pros are just jealous of my sparkles, Aoyama huffed, a fuming Mina behind him. Wow, Todoroki has a lot more requests compared to Bakugu and Kirishima, Jiraiya remarked. Okay, but would you want to request the angry alpha that had to be restrained on the winning podium? Siro asked as he turned his head to face the girl, while Jiraiya just hummed in agreement. Not my fault if those Demon pros are too much of FNG cowards. Bakugu shouted with an irritated tone. Most of them are most likely due to my father, Todoroki remarked bitterly while Izuku turned to look at the dual-haired Omega, giving the boy a reassuring smile that Todoroki merely nodded to. Ida, Yamada. We got offers. Ochako cheered excitedly as she reached both behind her and in front of her to grab onto the two alphas as she shook them violently, the two merely accepting their fate as they allowed themselves to be shaken like snow globes. We see that Uraraka, Hitoshi stated bluntly as he grabbed the girl's wrist and held her still, his head spinning from the violent treatment. Looks like even the new kid got a lot of offers. Mineta commented, only to shrink in his seat slightly when he looked to his side to see Hitoshi glaring at him murderously. Regardless if you got offers or not, you'll still all be participating in internships. The USJ attack gave you combat experience with real villains, but these internships will help you learn much more as you grow, so in the future, you may handle everything better. It will be meaningful training for you to watch your chosen pro at work. Aizawa commented as everyone fell silent and turned their focus back to the teacher. That explains the hero names. Sato remarked while a few others agreed quietly. This is so exciting. Mina chimed in. These hero names are temporary, but if you don't take this seriously then you'll have hell to pay later. Midnight interrupted, slamming the classroom door open as she walked in. Most of the time, these end up being your permanent hero names, or how you're remembered by most impressionable people. Midnight. The class gasped in unison, while the Alphan woman merely smiled at the class, Aizawa groaning at his friend's quite loud entrance. I'll be here to oversee the creation of your new hero names. Midnight preened, her arms up behind her head as she stood by Aizawa's teaching podium, the Omega glaring at her slightly for being so loud so early in the morning, while Midnight merely smirked cheekily to her friend. Wait, not Mr. Aizawa? Izuku chimed in, though cringing slightly at having called his father by his teaching name. Aizawa cringed slightly in unison with Izuku, neither truly expecting how weird it would sound. Even though Aizawa had the same reaction when Hitoshi had to call him Aizawa on the first day as well. Well, Yamada. He has not had the best experience with hero names, Midnight giggled, though sending Izuku a quick sympathetic glance, understanding the boy's hesitance at having his father leave so soon, especially on the boy's first day. Namuri Kayama. Shut up. I swear I will unleash hell upon you if you do this to me. Aizawa hissed quietly, while Midnight merely looked back at her old friend with a sheet-eating smirk. Finding this all too entertaining, especially at the chance to embarrass the Omega in front of his children as well. You see, with Aizawa here, it happened something like this. Shota Aizawa sat in the back of the class, trying to sleep. He was right next to Hisashi Yamada, however, the present mic. Therefore, sleep was never an option with the loud blonde alpha around. What? Young Mike exclaimed. You don't know your pro hero name? I know you just got into this class after the sports festival, but come on. I don't want to be on the news, so I don't really care. Young Aizawa muttered, the Omega growing irritated by the blonde's shouting. Okay, then you'll be Eraserhead. The Erasure hero. Young Hisashi yelled excitedly while Aizawa merely side-eyed the alpha before trying to bury his head further into his arms. Fine. Young Aizawa said simply. When you pick a name, you get a more concrete image of who you want to be in the future, so do not take this lightly. Names and natures often agree, and you can take All Might for example. Aizawa sighed, brushing off the regrettable memory. Though his tone turned to more of a hiss when he mentioned All Might, no one but Ochako, Hitoshi, and Izuku caught it. Both Ochako and Hitoshi sneered slightly at the mention of the number one hero, while Izuku merely sighed. Once the whiteboard began to be handed out by Midnight, Aizawa retreated into his sleeping bag, laying down in the far corner, threatening the class to stay primarily quiet as to not wake him. Though once Izuku was given his whiteboard, he then realized. He never once thought of possible hero names. Now whenever any of you are ready, come up here and present your names. Though I suggest being quiet unless you wish to irritate Aizawa. Midnight stated with a giggle while everyone stared at the woman shocked for a moment. Wait, present? Like in front of everyone? Mina exclaimed, though her tone was more of a strained whisper. Yeah, that's going to take some nerve, Siro commented while a few people around him nodded. Aoyama sighed loudly and got up from his seat in one flourishing motion. He held his head high as he walked with a gentle but proud air about him, coming to stand behind the podium. He stared at the class with bright eyes as he slowly and dramatically raised his board for effect. Here I go. I am the shining hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Sparkles and stars shone brightly around him, as if on cue. It's a sentence? Class 1A cried out in surprise. It'll be easier if you take out that "ites" part and shorten "cannots" to "can't," Midnight suggested, taking the board and adjusting the name before revealing the improved version to everyone. Oui, mademoiselle. You couldn't be more right. Aoyama agreed with a dramatic hand gesture as he took his board and went back to his seat. I'll go next. Mina giggled as she walked up to the podium and held up her board. I'll be Alien Queen. Are you trying for the acidic blood thing? I wouldn't if I were you. Midnight inquired nervously. Dang it. Mina sighed as she walked back to her seat and plopped herself down with a huff. I'll be the rainy season hero, Froppy. Sue stated as she came to the front and showed her board. Oh. So kawaii. Sounds friendly too. Everyone will love it. Midnight clapped, raising the class's spirits. Froppy, Froppy, Froppy. The class cheered, now motivated to share their own ideas. I'm the sturdy hero, Red Riot. Kirishima stated proudly, his board shown off to the rest of the class. Red Riot? You're paying homage to the old hero Crimson Riot? Midnight remarked with a smile, impressed that the younger Alpha even knew of Crimson Riot, seeing as he was an old pro back from the generation before her. Yeah, it's old-fashioned and all, but it's the image I want. If you're bearing a name you admire, it may put more pressure on you. Midnight commented. Bring it. I'm prepped and ready for anything. Kirishima responded as he pumped his fist into the air. Man, I can't think of anything. Denki groaned as he erased a rejected name from his board. Mind if I give you a suggestion? Jaira asked, tapping the Omega's shoulder. How about Jaminye? Hey, it's like that Hemingway guy who wrote that war love novel, A Farewell to Arms. Sounds smart and cool. Denki brightened up a bit as Jairu held in her laughter. No, it's because even though you're strong, you always end up stupid making that yeesh sound. Jairu stated as she finally couldn't hold in her laughter anymore. Not funny, Jairu. Quit teasing me. Denki grumbled. My name is Earphone Jack, the hearing hero. Jairu said proudly, ignoring the electric blonde and earning the approval of Midnight. My name is Tentacle, Shoji said as Midnight gave the boy a thumbs up. My name is Mindjack. Sorry Jairu if it's too much like yours, I had no other ideas, Hitoshi stated as he rubbed his neck sheepishly as he looked at the beta. Though Jairu merely gave him a thumbs up in return, not all concerned with the similarity in hers and Hitoshi's name. The taping hero, Cellophane. Ciro revealed. Nice and simple. Midnight responded. Martial arts hero, Tailman. Ojiro showed his board. No surprise there. Midnight chuckled. Sugarman. Sato dubbed himself. So sweet. Midnight crowed. Pinky. Mina shouted, hoping this one would suit Midnight's tastes. Adorable. Midnight cooed, pleased with the younger Alpha's new name. Stun gun hero, Chargebolt. Denki cheered. I have tingles already. Midnight grinned. Stealth hero, Invisible Girl. Hagakure said with a spin. Perfect. Come on now everyone. Let's keep this going. Midnight cheered. And still, Aizawa somehow slept through it all. I hope I do not bring shame to this name, Creati. Momo mumbled, the Alpha holding up her board, slightly embarrassed. Creati v. Midnight laughed. Shoto, Todoroki stated plainly. Your name? Is that all right with you? Midnight asked while Todoroki nodded, and the Alphan woman just shrugged. Jet Black hero, Tsukoyami. Tokoyami stated as he showed his board. God of the Night. Perfect. Midnight cheered. Fresh-picked hero, Grape Juice. Mineta cheered, though too short to be seen from behind the podium as the board was held up by one of his sticky ball. Preppy. I like it. Midnight agreed. Koda merely showed his board that had the name Animon as he was too shy to speak. Adorable. I love it. Midnight cheered gently. King Explosion Murder, Bakugu shouted, slamming his board onto the podium. No, Midnight answered flatly. What? What the hell is wrong with it? The younger Alpha growled while Midnight gave him a deadpan stare. What about Explosion Boy? Kirishima called out teasingly, while Ciro and Kaminari laughed at the name. You wanna dye shitty hair? Bakugu growled while the redhead laughed loudly at the threat, not at all intimidated. Though the Alpha then walked back to his seat with a grumble. Okay, my turn. I thought of you, Ravity. Ochako stated shyly. So stylish. It's perfect. Midnight replied as she clapped her hands. Now we only have Yamada, Bakugu, and Ida. Which one of you three would like to go? Midnight asked while Ida then stood. On the Alpha's board was simply Tenya, though the boy refused to take his eyes away from his shoes. You want to use your name as well? Midnight asked. I may perhaps change it later, Ida stated as he sat back down, while Midnight merely shrugged. All right then. Yamada. Are you ready? Yes, ma'am, Izuku stated as he went up to the podium, showing his board. I am Shadow Seeker, Izuku stated proudly, trying to focus mainly on his brother, who of which was smiling widely as he gave his brother a thumbs up. Oh, so creative. I love it. Midnight cheered. There are still many offers coming in for the first years, Cementos remarked as he scrolled through his countless emails, trying to find the means in himself to get them all squared away. Oh, who of which for? All Might asked, the man currently in his skeleton-like form, while Hizashi looked over his computer to Cementos. He knew that the man wouldn't have any for Hitoshi or Izuku, seeing as he had taken the liberty of taking both of his children's requests. But he was still interested. Currently the most recent one is for that red-headed boy, Kirishima, Cementos replied. Truly? Who is a dash? Oh dear gods. Not him. Lord Explosion Murder. Bakugu shouted, slamming his board down for everyone to see, while everyone in class sighed at the blonde's stubbornness with such a name. That's literally the same thing. Midnight shouted, the older alpha growing tired of the blonde's stubbornness and challenge of authority. Now that we have the names all cleared up, we can start getting into the fun part of internships, Midnight declared after a while. Those who had specific offers from pros will be given those lists, everyone else will get the general lists of automatic hero agencies who can take you on. Think carefully about who you choose, Aizawa stated gruffly. The Omega truly had not been ready to wake up from his previous nap. And now slightly grumpy. Yes, sir. The class cheered, while Aizawa groaned at their volume. You have until this weekend to decide, so I suggest you make your decisions as quickly as possible, Aizawa stated while everyone looked at the man flabbergasted that they would only have 2 days to prepare. Wait, only 2 days? Mina shouted while Aizawa merely nodded. Yes, now class dismissed. Most everyone in the class spent the lunch PRD in the classroom. The task to pick an agency to internship caused them to lose their appetites, so, Green Bean, who are you going to intern with? Hitoshi teased while Izuku groaned, Ochako and Ida chuckling lightly at the reminder of the nickname. Though Todoroki merely patted Izuku's shoulder. The group sitting in the back at Hitoshi's desk, most everyone else who was left in the classroom near the front. I was thinking of interning with Mirko. She's not exactly an agency but she moves around a lot. I could learn a lot from her. Izuku cheered while Ochako nodded. I'm interning with the Dash. At present Mike, Hitoshi stated, though nearly slipping out the fact that present Mike was their father. Do you try to refrain from calling present Mike dad in school, Yamada? Ida asked while the other four then turned to Ida, though Ochako then looked to Izuku. Wait, you knew? Hitoshi asked as Ida merely nodded. Of course I knew. You have his last name. It would be ludicrous if I didn't know, Ida stated while Ochako's jaw fell open. Hold on. So, you're telling me present Mike and Aizawa are your dads? Ochako shouted while Izuku quickly covered the girl's mouth. Great, now everyone knows, Hitoshi grumbled. While Izuku only shrugged. I mean not everyone, just our friends Hitoshi. Wait, so it's true that present Mike and Aizawa are married? I thought that it was just an old rumor, Ida stated while Todoroki shook his head. No, it's true. I mean these two are proof, Todoroki stated while Ochako looked at Izuku offendedly. Izuku, why am I the last to figure out? Ochako cried out while Izuku smiled sheepishly. Hey guys, anybody decided on their internship? Denki asked as he walked over to the group, desperate for some help in deciding where to go, while a few others joined him. I'm going with MT Lady, Mineta stated proudly. Oh dear gods. Are you even going to try and learn something while you are there? Momo groaned. It's weird you didn't get any offers, Ash. You made it pretty far in the festival, Ojiro remarked as he turned to Mina. Tell me about it. The alpha groaned as she banged her head on the desk, discouraged. Where are you going, Ochako? I know you got quite a few offers. Izuku asked while Ochako beamed. I'm going with Battle Hero, gunhead agency," Ochako stated proudly. But he's a battle-type hero," Izuku remarked. "Well, the offer I got from them was too good to pass up. My battle with Bakugo made me realize that I need a lot of work with my combat and fighting skills. And by going here, I can get a full experience of other fields that may come in handy later. I'm just well-rounding myself for the future," Ochako stated excitedly while Izuku nodded. Meanwhile, Ida was looking at his list. It suddenly seemed to be a window of opportunity. "Izuku, want to go get some lunch? We haven't yet. Does anyone else want to come?" Ochako asked while Todoroki, Ida, and Hitoshi shook their heads, though Denki, Mina, and Kirishima jumped up quickly at the implication of food. "Ochako, you spoke my mind. Let's go!" Mina shouted excitedly as the Alpha grabbed Izuku and Ochako by their hands and happily ran out of the classroom, Denki and Kirishima following quickly behind them. Though as the group walked to the cafeteria, the door was suddenly slammed open for them. "I am here." In a very awkward position, All Might boomed, bowing. The group all flinched back slightly at the sight of the pro. "All Might? What do you need?" Kirishima asked while All Might stood up straight once more, though Izuku took quick action in hiding behind Denki. Still, the other Omega only looked back and grabbed Izuku's hand discreetly, just playing off the boy's behavior as anxiety from his first day. And first time ever meeting All Might. Though Ochako noticed immediately and did her best to stand as close to Denki as possible to help hide Izuku. The girl's slight resentment for the pro was still as strong as ever. "Kirishima, I need you to come with me for a moment. I apologize, kids. But I must borrow your friend. It's okay?" Mina smiled, a little confused as she looked at Denki and Ochako, though both of them merely shrugged as Kirishima and All Might walked away and entered an empty hallway by the restrooms. "To put it shortly, you received another offer from a hero, specifically for you. And I'm not so sure if he will be willing to take a no as an answer from you." "Oh wow. Really?" "Yes, his name is Gran Torino. He was my UA homeroom teacher for 1 year. And he helped train me with One for All. He was a sworn friend of my processor." All Might went on while Kirishima nodded. "Well, if he knows about One for All, then it'll make the most sense for me to intern with him. He can help me. And if he helped train you, then he has to be good," Kirishima stated, though he couldn't help but notice and hear All Might muttering. "He retired long ago. I wouldn't even imagine him wanting to teach anyone. Was it because I wrote of you that he asked? Did he think I was inadequate to teach you? He even used his old name to make an offer. Scary," All Might muttered while Kirishima noticed he was now visibly shaking. "All Might, how scary is this guy?" Kirishima asked hesitantly, not truly enjoying where this was going, nor the fact that this man seemed to be one of the only and best options for Kirishima to take if he wanted his new power to grow. "Hey, Izuku. So did you decide to go with Mirko after all?" Ochako smiled as she grabbed her things from her locker. "Yeah." Izuku nodded with a grin of his own, grabbing his things from his locker. "Oh, did Ida leave before us?" Ochako asked as she looked around the locker room, noticing that Ida was nowhere in sight. "I guess so," Izuku murmured, shutting his locker. After the sports festival, Izuku had heard of Ida's brother on the news. He had been caught up in some mission and was attacked by the hero killer named Stain. And Izuku was worried slightly for Ida. He knew the pain that came from losing a sibling in some form. And he feared that the boy would make a foolish decision due to his grief, but he wasn't close enough to the Alpha to ask, or even mention it. But Ida seemed fine, if not a little preoccupied. Later both Ochako and Izuku would be surprised to learn that their friend had taken up an internship in Hosu City, where his brother had been attacked. But neither could say anything beforehand, having been subtly avoided. And Izuku's worry only grew with each passing day that the internships came closer. And despite warning Aizawa and Hisashi, the two could only promise Izuku that they would indeed keep an eye on the boy, though unfortunately they were not allowed to influence Ida's choice in where he took his internship. And the forms had already been submitted. So, Izuku knew he would have to keep a close eye on his new friend. "You all have your costumes, right?" Aizawa asked days later. Class 1A was at a general train station, ready to use the full week of school for the internships they had chosen. They were told to pack lightly and take their hero suits with them. Most everyone had a little backpack, and their hero suits were packed neatly away into special cases. Each costume had gotten a bit of an update over the days that passed, too. Everyone nodded in response to the teacher's question. Remember, you are not allowed to wear them out in public. Don't drop the cases either. Mind your manners with the heroes. Off with you now, go. Aizawa reminded the class as he pointed to the trains. Yes, sir. The class chorused, heading off in their respective direction to catch their transport. Todoroki's eye was caught by Ida, who walked away to get to his area. He was alone, but not for long. A flash of green flew by him, closely followed by a sliver of brown. Ida, if you ever feel hopeless, let us know. Please, Izuku stated as he tried to catch up to the Alpha. Ochako nodded rapidly despite Ida's back being turned to the two. We're friends. We can help you, we want to. Just talk to us if you need us. Izuku offered. Yeah. That was all Ida muttered as he looked at the two briefly before walking away, leaving the two in confused silence. Kirishima walked up to the address that he had been given. The train ride he had been on for a while separated him from his friends quickly, though it would give him time to prepare for whatever it was that All Might had feared so greatly. He checked the address on his slip of paper once he arrived. It was a run-down building. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door hesitantly, honestly fearful that he would break the door off of its hinges with too strong of a hit. Though when he received no reply, he gingerly opened the door and peered inside. Hello? I'm Izuku Kirishima, Alpha, from UA High School. I was told to come here to do my internship with Gran Torino, Kirishima called out as he stepped inside. But once his eyes adjusted to the lighting, there he saw an old man in a pool of red. Holy shit! He's dead! Kirishima exclaimed loudly as he jumped back into the door, slamming it shut. I'm alive. The old man's head popped up, a smile on his face as he stared at the Alpha with a smug smirk. The man took a strange satisfaction from the look of pure terror that was still painted across the redhead's face. I was carrying these ketchup-covered sausages. I fell while trying to answer the door. Clumsy me. Who are you now? The elder stated, standing up with the help of his cane and brushing the sauce off of him. Izuku Kirishima, Alpha. From UA High School. I'm here for my internship with Gran Torino. Kirishima responded. Gran Torino, Alpha. Good to meet you, I guess. Now help me make some food. I'm hungry, the elder commanded as he turned to walk to the kitchen, while Kirishima merely stared at the man with a confused look. See, he's kind of out of it. Maybe he took too hard of a fall. I know he taught All Might, but to be this old and far off in age. Kirishima thought. I want to eat something Tashinori. The old man shouted, plopping down on the floor. That's not me, sir. I just need to make a quick call, okay? Kirishima stated as he pulled out his phone. I need to let All Might know the kind of state this man is in. I think he might have hit his head a little too hard. Kirishima thought to himself as he dialed his mentor's number, only for noises to catch his attention. Hey! Kirishima exclaimed, whirling around to catch the old man opening his hero suit briefcase and rifling around. Fire off a one for all at me. The old man responded, ignoring the girl and continuing to go through the case. Kirishima paused. I want to see how well you handle it. Clearing the show you put on the other day was not your best performance. The old man went on, stopping his motions. This is a good costume, a bit showy, though with that other quirk of yours it makes sense. Put it on fire. It's no good, he won't listen to me unless I do what he says. Kirishima groaned internally. I need to hurry and handle OFA, All Might doesn't have much time left, that's why. I can't waste time messing around with you, sir. Please excuse me, Kirishima said, clenching his fist as he turned and started for the door, forgetting his hero case. In that case, the old man said in a low voice, causing Kirishima to pause and turn around. Suddenly the old man shot up off of the floor, landing on a faraway wall, and then shooting himself through the air to the opposite one, up and down, side to side. Kirishima could just barely follow his swift movements. He then shot himself without warning to the redhead. The young Alpha dodged by a hair, and the old man landed and held onto the wall space above the door. He stared him down, a grin and daring eyes as he shut the door from his strange perch. That gives us even more reason to have you fire one off. You ZWT. Kirishima stared back up at him, a flurry of emotions taking over to turn into surprise. I watched the UA Sports Festival. The way you use OFA was disgraceful. All Might is called the #1 hero and the symbol of peace, but he's a disappointing amateur when it comes to teaching. I'll teach you how to properly use your power. So, suit up. The old man shouted while Kirishima broke into a grin. His eyes were set with a look of determination. I'm looking forward to working with you, sir. The Alpha replied, stepping back and taking his hero suitcase into the nearby room to change. He slipped out of his school uniform and grabbed the costume. He wears 2 dark red gear-shaped shoulder pads, black sleeves adorning the rest of his arms to keep civilians from being injured by his quirk. A jagged sash joins the one on his left to the right side of his belt, which has a red R set into its center, standing for his hero name, Red Riot. Below this, he wears baggy black breathes and a half cape with a ripped hem. He also sports dark red boots and multiple thick rings going around his calves. He leaves his chest bare, and wears a wired guard around his face, reaching from just above his hairline to below his jaw, an extra piece going over the bridge of his nose, and some spiked pieces around his mouth which resemble little fangs. All right, begin, Gran Torino said, waiting in the open area of the building outside the door where Kirishima had changed. Is this okay, sir? If I lose control and fire off 100%, I could hurt you? Kirishima asked concerned, hardening his arms as he tried to channel one for all to his arms, the appendages being protected by his hardened body. Geez, you're a chatterbox, aren't you? The old man sighed dismissively, before using his quirk, jets, to shoot himself at a wall. He then shot off again at the other end of the wall, back down on the floor, then to the ceiling, then to the wall. It was a zigzag pattern that was extremely hard to follow. Kirishima whirled around, unable to keep up with the Elder Alpha's swift movements. Without warning, Gran Torino appeared behind him and got in a good kick at her back, causing him to stumble forward while his whole body hardened instinctively. I'm losing patience, Gran Torino growled, unimpressed as he continued to bounce off of all surfaces. Real combat? Kirishima muttered, his eyes struggling to track the old hero. A flash of yellow and white whizzed past him, and Kirishima kept spinning and keeping all eyes on his close surroundings as much as possible. The old Alpha cackled as he watched the young Alpha put up his hardened fists, before crashing down onto his microwave. You thought I'd be some weak old man? I can't believe the 9th use of One for All is such a wet blanket. All Might was a truce novice. Kirishima backed up quickly, his eyes widening as he grit his shark-like teeth. Gran Torino launched himself off of the appliance at the ceiling, then at the wall, and rocketed off of it to land another good blow to the boy's back, wincing slightly once his foot was met with the jagged skin. Sheet, he's fast. What's his quirk? There are no openings or places to hide. I have to keep him from moving. Kirishima thought as he brought himself to remember the egg in the microwave not breaking, channeling One for All into his legs as he shot himself up to where his back faced the floor. Gran Torino avoided the boy's fist and set it away from him in one quick motion. At the same time, he pinned his torso and head down onto the ground, seemingly bringing the boy into defeat. You aren't the worst fighter I've ever seen, but you should know by now due to your use of One for All at the festival, not allowing yourself to create your own strategies, ideas, or even opinions on your power. On yourself will be your shackles. Shackles? Kirishima questioned as Gran Torino released the boy, allowing him to sit up. You must indeed get stronger quickly, but time and enemies will not wait for you. You're thinking that this power is just All Might's. It's yours as well, and just as such. You must make it your own. Or you will never be able to grow with it. Then what should I do? Kirishima asked. That is something only you can answer. I'll go buy some grub, clean this place up, please, the old man replied, opening the door and walking out. At the same time, in Hosu City 2 other internships were underway. Ida and Izuku. Though with Ida and Manuel, the pro hero that Ida had chosen to intern, the two were walking through the agency, Manuel giving Ida the tour while also explaining what it is that goes on. Normally, we wait for client calls, but recently this place has been kind of hectic. Street patrols have been a great assist to us now. You know, I still can't believe Ingenium's little brother is interning here. I'm sure you had many great offers. Ida, however, was only half listening, which was extremely unlike him. Though it is what he did. The elusive stain had plagued his mind ever since that fateful day of the incident. No one had ever been able to catch him or anything, and nothing was known about him, save for all of the damage he had left behind. He knew that this might be in vain, but he had made up his mind the moment he saw his broken brother in the hospital. He wouldn't stand by and not go after the monster that had shattered his heroes, his brother's future. Ida could never and would never forgive such a monster. Though with Izuku, the boy was jumping rooftops with the bunny quirked, Alphan, pro-hero. The woman made quick work of when they met to get the boy changed into his costume and out on patrol with her after a quick introduction. While Izuku's costume itself was simple, something that would help him blend into the shadows where he desired to be. A black sleeveless turtleneck adorned his upper half, while support pads hugged his shoulders, and black fingerless suspension gloves went from the boy's palms up to his elbows, only leaving a morsel of skin revealed. The boy had added the gloves when he learned the effect of his quirk. The gloves were so tight that they would help limit blood loss, while also adding pressure to any wound if it were necessary, giving Izuku the time to either doctor himself up or get to a medical professional. While the boy's lower half was adorned by dark, baggy, army green camo breathes, with red iron-soled boots adorning his feet, a black belt with pouches for medical supplies, and Izuku's adrenaline pills sat snugly on his waist, helping to support his breathes. Those shadows you have. They're powerful, I'll give it that, but you need to learn how to balance a healthy medium. You either go so easy on them that you're just wasting your energy, or you're going so big that you have a minute before you're on the ground. Mirko yelled as she and Izuku continued to run over the rooftops. Izuku just barely being able to keep pace with the Alphan woman. Though thankfully, the pro took mercy on the boy and stopped, leaning against the railing of the building, while Izuku breathed for air. You're a fast runner. You are well experienced with using your sheer body power as your weapon. But you've neglected your quirk. And last I checked, your quirk can borrow other people's quirks? Yet I haven't seen you use it at all? Not even at the sports festival. Mirko stated, the woman walking forward to Izuku as she placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Slightly intrigued by the vines of scars that were barely visible on the boy's arms. I don't borrow quirks often. I don't like the idea of leaving someone powerless. It seems cruel. And I have been trying to find a healthy medium, but whenever I try, it doesn't work out well. Izuku explained while Mirko hummed quietly. Well, aren't you the noble one? I know plenty of pros who wouldn't mind the idea of making someone powerless, even if it was just for a few minutes. But I think I know why you can't find that healthy medium, Mirko stated as she walked back over to the railing, peering down at the civilians who were going about their daily lives. Izuku joined the woman a moment later. What do you mean? You're holding on to something. Not sure what, it can be anything. Maybe an old friend, family, or even something traumatic that could have happened in your past. It could be anything at all that could have affected how you see your quirk. And whatever that thing is, you need to let go of it, Mirko stated bluntly, while Izuku stared at the woman flabbergasted. Whatever this thing is, it's either forcing you to use so little of your quirk that it's useless, or it causes you so much grief that it forces you to lash out all of that built-up energy from bottling it up, fighting it for so long, finally having chipped away at your resolve. It's not a pretty thing, it can break a person. But that's why you need to let it go. Or it's going to kill you, Mirko explained bluntly, the woman sparing no detail in her explanation. While Izuku could only stare at his hands in shock, the small vines of scars on his fingertips were still barely visible. But aside from all of that, you're doing good. You might need just a bit more help with your endurance, but that's nothing I can't teach you this week, Mirko stated proudly as she gave a reassuring squeeze to Izuku's shoulder. Thank you, ma'am. No ma'am, she kid. I ain't that old yet. Now, let's get back to our patrol, Mirko stated as she ran across the rooftop before jumping over to the next, Izuku following after her quickly. Frankly, I don't like you, Best Genus sighed, the alpha facing the big Window in his office at his agency building. Huh? Bakugo inquired. You only chose my agency because of my hero status. Best Jeanist went on, turning to face the younger alpha. You're the one who put in the offer, Bakugo replied gruffly, crossing his arms over his chest with annoyance. Yeah, recently, I've only been getting good little kids, so you were the first one in quite some time to strike a chord. I watched you at the festival. Your quirk has such great potential, and you can freely manipulate it now, with a good grasp of application. Your outstanding talent was already good enough for me to immediately make you my sidekick. However, you have a fatal flaw. You see yourself as the strongest, and this does not look good to others when combined with your ferocious nature. I didn't come here for a DMN lecture, Bakugo growled while stepping forward, only to immediately get restrained by rope-like denim strings to his unwanted surprise. I must correct people like you, Best Jeanist continued, manipulating the imprisoning denim. Heroes and villains are two sides of the same coin. I'll show you those glaring eyes of yours what makes someone a hero. What are you trying to do? Bakugo questioned with a low and dangerous voice, still trapped. Isn't obvious? I'm going to teach you how to be an exemplary hero. Your speech, your appearance, your emotions, your morals, we have much work to do. I have been waiting. Shota, Endeavor sighed, looking at his son. It seems that you are ready to take the path of the mighty, eh? The alpha asked amusedly. Though Todoroki merely cringed slightly at his father before relaxing his face once more, returning his stoic facade. I have no intention of going down a path you made. I will make my own, Todoroki stated flatly, the Omega being sure to keep his voice as drained and lifeless as possible. Well, either way, get ready. We're heading out, Endeavor said, standing. Where? Todoroki asked, surprised. I'll show you what a hero is. Endeavor smirked while Todoroki once again cringed slightly as he hunched his shoulders. We'll start with 3 minutes, to see what you can do. Try and get a hit on me in that time. Gran Torino said as he started a timer, stretching his legs. Yes, sir. Gran Torino said nothing and only shot off the ground. He quickly bounced off the floor, the walls, the ceiling, and everything. He was swiftly coming closer to Kirishima in just 1 second. Though just in time, Kirishima reacted, Gran Torino then landed a kick to the younger alpha's hardened face. Kirishima stumbled back due to the kick, while Gran Torino continued to jump around the room. If you can't even react to this, then you won't be able to save anyone. Gran Torino shouted, whizzing by and punching the boy's left hip before he could harden his torso. You need to learn to take the offensive. Your quirk is more than just becoming indestructible. It's now something that can destroy even the indestructible. Staying on the defense is a foolish move, and a disgrace to your power. Gran Torino scolded as he continued to jump around the room, landing a few kicks to Kirishima's shoulders or sides in the process. The defense? I can't go on offense if I can't see my opponent. He's moving too fast for my eyes. Kirishima thought to himself, before his eyes met with the table in the middle of the room. Quickly, Kirishima slid under the table before the elder man could land another blow to his shoulder. The attempt to hide made the elder alpha laugh as he dove downwards, aiming to hit the couch and trap the younger alpha. However, the couch was punched up at him, and he was sent reeling back into the ceiling. Now! Kirishima shouted, his body fully powering up. You got me with that distraction. Gran Torino chuckled as the couch fell back down with gravity. Kirishima crouched and jumped into the air at his elder in one swift motion. Red lighting crackled around his muscular form. He raised his fist as he neared the old man, hardening his skin to help ease the blow on his body, while also giving his attack an extra form of strength. One for all. Full force. Kirishima swung his hardened fist, but Gran Torino dodged it. His energy hit some cans on the top shelf instead, causing them to crash and tumble, blowing apart from Kirishima's force. Gran Torino jumped to the other side of the wall behind him as Kirishima fell to the ground. That's the same as last time, my boy, the elder called, diving at his grounded form. Though Kirishima anticipated this and jumped up just as his momentum decreed that there was no turning back. He turned around in midair, his electric sparks glowing with pure red. The force of his evasive maneuver threw him up into the ceiling, And then he shot himself off of it, his fist raised and ready above the old man. Smash dash dot. He shouted, but the older man dodged his blow in the nick of time, rocketing to the other wall and launching himself at the young alpha, kicking him to the other side of the area forcefully. Kirishima slammed against the wall and fell to the ground. Gran Torino landed and lifted the timer that was on his belt. The timer rang loudly. 3 minutes, he stated, clicking the button while Kirishima groaned. Damn it, I was so close too. I still have a long way to go, huh? Kirishima chuckled bitterly, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. No, you did very well. You predicted my moves with your analysis, giving you a good and well-spent chance to attack me when I was unguarded. You seem to be good at learning things when it comes to fighting, lad? Gran Torino questioned while Kirishima nodded. I've been watching fights ever since I was a child. My sire would always have me relay what happened during the fights in an intense amount of detail once they were done. She always wanted me to have the skill of being able to learn someone's fighting style and grow off of it. Though I'm only good at analyzing fights. Kirishima explained while Gran Torino nodded. Just yesterday you've already grown with one attempt. You made me dodge seriously for the first time in a long while. The old man continued. The elder looked back at Kirishima, and the boy saw him wipe the blood from a scratch on his cheek. This kid might become a monster, Gran Torino thought to himself, smirking. Now you have to get used to it all. Let's go again. The elder commanded. Yes, sir. But first, let's eat some breakfast, the old man sighed, turning around again. Right? I'll go heat up the taiyaki again, Kirishima stated as he rubbed the back of his head. Yep. I'll go grab them for y dash dot. The man cut himself off as he stared at the floor. The taiyaki had fallen to the floor in the scuffle of the physical practice. They fell. No. How could you let this happen? You insolent child. The taiyaki fell. Gran Torino screeched, holding the fallen taiyaki in his arms. I'll go buy more. Kirishima said quickly, running out of the door with his wallet as fast as he could, ducking when the ruined taiyaki was thrown, aimed for his head. I still have a while to go. But I think I know what to do now. One for all. This I will make my own. Kirishima thought to himself as he jogged to the store. A hero must be able to make people feel at ease. You're capable of keeping them out of danger already, but things like your appearance, speech, and actions must be elegant. Do you understand? The number 4 hero raised a comb after using that phrase. Like this. Best Genist revealed someone in a chair after saying that. And there was Katsuki Bakugo, sitting in a chair, with his usually wild hair perfectly combed and set down. If there are gods, please kill me, Bakugo seethed in his mind. Another masterpiece, Best Genist. Interns and agents in the room chorused at the sight of the improved student. In an instant, Bakugo's unruly hair finally defied the comb of the hero and poofed back up to its natural state. It was quite fluffy. Best Genist sighed as he raised his comb again, prepared to try and tame the angry alpha's mane once more. Alright, now that we have properly fueled our bodies, it's time to get a start on the day. Mirko commanded as she led the boy into the crowded gym. Ma'am, I mean no disrespect. But should we not be working on paperwork? Your scheduled patrol is around mid-noon. Izuku stated while the woman laughed loudly. You're not wrong, we will have to do paperwork, though since I don't belong to any agency and I don't have my own. I just have to send the emails straight to the Hero Commission. It makes things simpler actually, not having to have a deadline for paperwork like you would if you worked for an agency. Mirko explained as she tested a few of the weights they passed before continuing onwards to their destination. Oh, I see, so what are we doing then? Izuku asked, confused as to why they were passing through a gym, though noticing that most of the people there were pro-heroes he recognized. Well, we do get a good workout during the patrol, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't maintain our skills. It's important to train your body and mind, Mirko stated as she and Izuku walked into a private room, and Izuku noticed it was much quieter. While I don't think it would be smart for you to lift my kind of weights, your quirk requires stamina and agility, right? So, we're going to be working on that. Don't think I haven't noticed you checking your arms, those scars. Do they bother you a lot? Mirko questioned while Izuku's eyes widened at the question. It's a long story. And most people don't react very well, and mostly they end up getting a bad idea of me. Izuku muttered, trying to avoid the question, though the woman merely placed a grounding hand on his shoulder, squeezing gently. Well, so far, I've seen that you are strong, brave, kind, respectful, and a bit timid. And I base my opinions on people off of my personal experiences with them, not stories. The alpha stated reassuringly while Izuku nodded to her. The boy then tugged off the sleeves and unclipped the shoulder pads, revealing his scars fully, while the woman was left shocked at the sight of them, having not realized how far up they went. Yamada, who did this? I know you couldn't have done this to yourself, Mirko stated, the woman crouching to Izuku's height, allowing herself to look up at the boy rather than looking down at him. Hi dad. Izuku muttered, not truly wanting to give the exact description of who he was referring to. Your father. Isn't that present, Mike? Mirko shouted at the end, horrified. How many people know he's my dad? But no. It wasn't him or Papa. Izuku immediately exclaimed, taking a mental note to speak to his parents about how many people knew they were his parents. Oh, thank the gods. But, Yamada, who was your father before then? A villain, a really bad villain. But he's dead now. He was defeated by All Might, Izuku stated, not wanting to admit to being related to the monster that was All for One. I see, is that why you didn't want to say anything? Is that why people judge you after you tell them? Mirko questioned while Izuku nodded. Well, that's a shitty thing to do for one. Two, you will not. And I mean never at any point in time. Let someone convince you that you are someone you are not, only because of the actions of someone you could not control. Mirko commanded as she grabbed the boy's shoulders and squeezed gently, giving the Omega a reassuring smile, one that Izuku returned with his own smaller smile. Thank you. You shouldn't have to thank me for that, kid. It's the bare minimum. It's just basic human decency, though I can imagine that a lot of people disregard that, huh? Yeah, most people think I'll end up being a villain like him. Again, that's just really FING stupid. Also, I can tell you're going to be an awesome pro one day. You're willing to put yourself through absolute hell from your own body and other assholes. I think that just proves how dedicated you are to being a hero. And it's something I respect. Mirko stated as she hugged the boy gently, Izuku immediately returning the gesture with a tight squeeze, the woman chuckling at the Omega's cuddliness. Now, let's get working on that workout routine. If you want to use your quirk without hurting yourself, you're going to need to try and build up your stamina so you can last longer in a fight, Mirko stated as she grabbed some equipment. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am, she kid. I ain't that old. Mirko commanded. Sorry. Izuku squeaked. Meanwhile, at UA, All Might was having tea with an old police friend of his. He had come in on short notice to update All Might on some things he wanted to check out. All Might was in his skeleton-like form as his close friend relayed what he knew. You remember that Nomu that you fought at the USJ? We located it and took it in. It was extremely docile surprisingly, and it didn't resist, even when we gathered its blood for some DNA tests. What I'm about to tell you is strictly confidential, since you aren't on the cases. I know I can trust you, but it'd be reassuring all the same to have your confirmation. Naomasa Tsukachi stated. The beta was sitting across from All Might. Yes, I will not tell a soul. But DNA tests? All Might nodded. Yeah. Turns out that thing may be a clue to lead us to the mastermind behind the attacks and all of the other disturbances all around, what with the hero killer and all. After observing the Nomu at a specialized institution, we realized that the Nomu couldn't talk. It doesn't give us any other form of reaction either. It is unable to think for itself. The officer sighed. The policeman pulled a photo from his jacket pocket and slid it across the table towards All Might. And regarding his identity, the DNA test led us to find out that it was originally just a thug with a criminal record of assault and extortion. The photo showed a man wearing a red shirt standing in front of a jail height-metered background. He had large lips and dusty brown hair. All Might studied the picture for a moment before looking back at his friend. This is our lead? Listen carefully now. The DNA reports found traces of DNA from at least 4 other different people, intermingled into his body. Tsukachi leaned forward as he whispered the information. Is he even human? His whole body appears to have been tampered with using drags and other steroids. In the long run, he was modified using different methods so he could hold multiple quirks. The huge drop in his processing brain power is likely a negative result of the burden, but our main concern is his DNA and multiple quirks. The officer sighed as he rubbed his temple. Extra DNA or not, unless there is some way for the DNA to be integrated or processed by his body, he would not possess the extra quirks. And yet, he does. With one for all, you must understand. There must be a quirk out there that can give others quirks. All Might's sunken blue eyes then widened slightly. But, tell me dash. All Might shouted as he abruptly jumped to his feet. Looking at the circumstances and the patterns, it would be reasonable to assume such a thing. That's why I had to tell you, the officer stated, knowing exactly what the Alpha was thinking about. All Might stared at his friend a moment longer, then walked to the large window next to the table where they sat in the teacher's lounge. The sun was setting, and the sky glowed a warm orange and scarlet. He slowly grew to his muscular form as Tsukachi watched. I see that I will have to keep a closer eye on things than I had thought. Young Kirishima, I hope that your decision in giving that boy a chance will not lead you to ruins. All Might thought to himself as he watched the sunset. Back in Hosu, the pro-heroes had decided to take their interns on patrol, only to be faced with a very difficult and messy situation. Nomus, a whole group of them, were attacking the city, and all nearby heroes had been called to help, including Mirko and Endeavor. Though once getting to the scene of action, neither Mirko nor Manuel noticed their interns stepping away, and stepping into a huge problem. So noisy, those idiots just had to have their stupid fun, eh? I'll dispose of their lackeys later. Right now. Stain grumbled, turning to his next victims, holding a bleeding hero up against a wall by his head in an alley. I have more important matters. Stain finished, looking the hero up and down. My body won't move. The pro-hero native yelled in his head. The beta was completely paralyzed. But how? You'd be die. Native rasped in pain. If you call yourself a hero, Stain advised, sliding a long sword up towards the man's throat, then you shouldn't throw such disgusting words around like that, HM? You wouldn't want your last words to be so rude. The sudden sound of heavy footsteps grew closer, catching the hero killer's attention. It was Ida, running after the one who had ruined his brother's hero life forever. Stain slammed the butt of his unique weapon into the oncoming A student, knocking Ida's helmet and glasses off, sending him flying backward in the process. Ida landed with a thud near the two adults. Stain studied the fallen boy. A child in a suit, he murmured. Who is he? Ida turned his head slightly from his sprawled position on the floor, blind but glaring intensely at the hero killer. Go away, Stain sighed. This is not a place for children. A scarf as red as blood, and knives all over your body. I know that you're the hero killer, Stain. Aren't you? Ida said darkly, sitting up quickly and not taking his eyes off of the dangerous man. Stain's eyes narrowed as Ida suched his position to his knees, where he could easily sprint at the villain. Within a blink of an eye, the long blade Stain was holding swung up, a mere inch from Ida's eyes. Stain still held onto the paralyzed pro by his head against the alley wall. The hero killer was very much displeased. Your eyes, Stain noted. You're here for vengeance? Ida did not move, his fierce gaze adding only a sprinkle of fear into himself. Be careful what you say, Stain instructed, not lowering the sword. Depending on the situation, even children will be targeted. Are you saying that I am not even a target? Ida seethed, clenching his fists. Then listen closely, villain. I am the younger brother of the hero you attacked first here. The younger brother of an amazing elder one. In his place, will stop you. With each word, Ida slowly stood, still wary of Stain's weapon. His brother's broken face gave him the strength to move. Remember our names for as long as you live. Ida shouted. We are Ingenium, and I am the hero who will defeat you. I see. Stain readied his sword, allowing the pro to fall helplessly to the ground. Izuku had been instructed to go off to the sides and help citizens get out of the way, Mirko leaping into action to help out a few other pro heroes take down the Nomus. Though when the Omega saw Manuel, the pro hero he recognized that Ida was interning with, the boy paled once he realized that Ida was not with him. Manuel, Izuku shouted, running forward to the pro. Is Ida with you? I'm a friend of his. Where is he? Izuku asked, while Manuel turned to the Omega and eyed him questioningly, though forgetting about his suspicion once one of the pros was thrown across the street and into a building. I'm not sure. He ran off. Manuel answered before running off to help the others, though Izuku knew what was happening. And he wished he would have been able to stop Ida's blinding rage. And quickly Izuku was running off in search of his friend, roof-hopping like Mirko had taught him, paying attention to the citizens while looking into alleyways. Praying that his friend was not dying. I see, Stain murmured, raising his sword. Die. For Tensei. Ida yelled, blinded by rage as he fired up his engines. He ran with alarming speed at Stain, who dodged his rush with surprising agility. Ingenium, eh? Stain chuckled as Ida was met with empty air. Your brothers? I only let him live so he could spread the good word. Stain kneed Ida in the stomach with a sharp and spiked knee pad. Ida fell back, and large amounts of blood were drawn from the wound. Stain shoved Ida onto his face on the ground, and Ida strained to look behind him. You're a weakling, Stain said, raising his sword and bringing it down. Just like he was, Ida yelled in pain as the blade stabbed into his shoulder. The pain was even more blinding than the Class 1A representative's hate, which was fading fast. It was being replaced with fear now. Both of you are nothing but fakes and have no right to be called heroes. Stain clicked his tongue. Shut up, Ida growled, his voice breaking. My brother is paralyzed from the waist down. He's never gonna be able to work as a pro hero again. My brother was incredible. Ida's voice cracked. He was a caring person who saved many lives. He was someone people looked up to. You had no right to take that away from him. His brother put others before himself. He denied how amazing he was, humbling himself so others could rise instead. He wanted to be better just to make sure everyone was okay. He was my hero, Ida whispered. He was the one who inspired my dream to become a hero. Ida's fist clenched. I won't forgive you. I won't forgive you. I'll kill you. The Alpha shouted. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? Stain laughed. Ida suddenly noticed for the first time the pro hero. Native was trembling on the ground, not moving. Ida's eyes widened. He had been so wrapped up in his rage that he didn't even notice the injured pro right next to him. You were so focused on your own grudge, Stain rumbled, that you planned on using your quirk only for yourself. This vengeance of yours was selfish and ill-spent. Stain slid his sword out of Ida's shoulder roughly, earning a cry of pain. And that's why you will be the one to die tonight, Stain sighed, lifting the sword to his face. And all Ida could do was watch the hero killer lick the bloody blade. Suddenly, Ida felt a burning sensation which led to a dull throb. It wasn't his shoulder. He couldn't move. Goodbye, child. May your death bring about a better world. This motion would be the final blow. Stain rasped, a red aura seeming to come from his as he raised his sword once more. Not like this. Ida strained. His brother flashed by in his mind once more. Manuel did too. All Might. Class 1A with Uraraka and Izuku. Say what you want about me. Ida roared through his tears. You're still a killer who broke my brother. Suddenly, Stain was thrown off of Ida. But Ingenium had not moved. In a flash of dark shadows, Izuku landed a heavy punch on Stain's face. He landed, standing in front of Ida protectively. Yamada? Ida breathed, not registering the boy. Don't worry, Ida, Izuku said, glancing back with a small smile for his friend on his face as he slid his phone that he was carrying into his belt compartment. I'm going to save you. Stain stood quickly but noticed the boy. He was the one that Shigaraki had a photo of, the one that Shigaraki wanted to find immediately. He was the memorable one from that silly festival of UA. Of course, no one but Stain knew these thoughts in his mind. How did you not find me? Ida struggled, still frozen on the ground. I did some research too, you know, Izuku replied, his eyes on Stain. You know about my notebooks and analysis. I studied him too, especially after the TV alert. I've observed his patterns, but I didn't think you would end up in the secluded areas where he would always attack. Now, come on, let's Ida? The Omega asked as he realized Ida remained on the ground. I can't move. Ida groaned. Get out of here, Yamada. Kid, take the boy and leave this place. Native ordered shakily. No. Izuku shouted, now realizing that he had more than one problem. I'm not abandoning you all. What happened? Izuku asked. I think it's his quirk, Ida rasped. It happened that after he cut me bad. You're here to save him? How lovely. However, I'm afraid my prior engagement to kill him overrides your little plot to help them both. Now, what will you do? Stain inquired, making Izuku's head turn away from her wounded friend. Yamada. I said to leave. Ida shouted in despair for his friend. This is not your fight. Meddling when you don't need to, Izuku said slowly, raising his fist as shadows danced around him. Is the essence of being a hero. Stain lowered his sword slightly, realizing something. Izuku rushed at the Alpha, his shadows blurring his path. Good, Stain chuckled, swinging his sword at him. Get close and in one movement. Izuku thought, anticipating this as he ducks the blade. No, Ida yelled. If you get cut, it's over. Stain had pulled a second blade from his side and swung both at him in an X formation. But Izuku used his speed and dove between the Alpha's legs. Stain turned back quickly and was met with empty space. Izuku had jumped and was hanging over him by one of his shadows. He delivered another strong blow to Stain's head. Izuku landed a meter or so away from Stain, who had been sent to the ground. I can do this, Izuku told himself, about to lunge at the hero killer again. But then Stain raised one of his swords and slid his tongue across a certain space. And Izuku was frozen in his position. No, he cried. When did I? A small sting was then felt on his arm, and Izuku could see the tiniest speck of blood still lingering on Stain's weapon. He had gotten him with just a minuscule graze. He had liked his blade for his blood, and when he ingested it, the Omega was left paralyzed. I saw right through your plan, but you still got in a hit on me and went farther than expected, Stain laughed. All heroes mostly just talk, but I think you are one of the very few whom I will allow to live and leave alone. Dim in it. He yelled, watching Stain walk over to Ida and poise his sword above him. Stop it. Stain paid the Omega no mind and only raised his sword once more to finally kill the young Alpha. Get away from him. Izuku screamed. Suddenly, a blast of hot flames shot at Stain. Stain dodged and skidded back a bit out of reach. He was right by Izuku again. What now? He sighed. So many distractions today. Izuku, a familiar and low voice said. You should really give more details at a time like this. I was almost too late to stop this guy. Todoroki! Izuku cried, watching the dual-haired boy set his phone in a pocket as his left side blazed on. Your left. You're using it? Izuku exclaimed, proud to see the other Omega use the side that he has grown to despise so greatly. How did you get here? The Alpha grunted, while Todoroki looked at Ida on the ground. Good question. Next time, Izuku, try to send more information when you message your location to everyone. It took me a while to figure out. Todoroki's brows furrowed and he readied himself in an attacking stance. But you're not one to send cryptic messages without a reason, are you? The dual-haired Omega inquired. Stain took a step back. Todoroki sent a sheet of ice towards Stain on the ground. Stain jumped into the air and avoided the frozen matter. However, it was not meant as an attack on Stain. The frost rose and took up the three injured people gently, lifting them into safe beds of ice in the air. I figured you were in trouble, so I came to help, Todoroki said, running at Stain. Everything's okay, the pros will be here soon. Todoroki shot a blast of fire at Stain, who dodged the flames. The icy beds melted, and a paralyzed Izuku and native slid down towards Todoroki. Todoroki stepped in front of Izuku and the other hero, and the three victims were now behind him. One of them is going to die tonight by my hands, Stain swore in his head. You're everything they said you were, Todoroki said flatly. But you won't take any more lives or hurt anyone else tonight, hero killer? Todoroki, you can't let him get your blood. Izuku warned frantically. I think he controls his enemies that way, by cutting them and ingesting their blood. That's how he got us. He swallows blood to paralyze you? Todoroki repeated. Explains the blades. I just have to keep my distance dash. A small knife sliced Todoroki's cheek then, cutting a small slit in the scar on his face. Blood seeped a bit from the wound, and the small dagger clattered to the ground. Stain leaped at Todoroki. You have good friends, Ingenium, Stain cackled. Why can't you be like them? Todoroki put up a barrier of ice where Stain was about to grab his shoulder. He then noticed the sword that Stain had thrown into the air. Taking advantage of the slight distraction, Stain grabbed Todoroki's collar and tried to lick the boy's cheek. Todoroki set his left side on fire and repelled the villain instantly. Todoroki sent another blockade of ice at the hero killer as the villain snagged his sword from the air. He's fast, Todoroki thought as Stain cut down his icy wall with ease. Todoroki sent another blockade of ice, with frozen spikes and a high top. Stain slashed quickly at it, but it would take a bit of time to fully cut it down. Ida groaned and Todoroki flicked his eyes over to him briefly. Get out of here! Ida yelled, clenching his fists. Take Yamada and the other hero and leave. This is my fight. This is Ingenium's fight. So, you're Ingenium now? Todoroki asked sarcastically, reinforcing his icy wall. That's funny. The Ingenium I know doesn't have that murderous look on his face. The Omega inquired while Ida looked away in shame. You've got a dark side, Todoroki exhaled, letting out a frosty puff of air. Guess my family isn't the only one. Careful, Todoroki. Izuku breathed before he noticed something about himself. He could move now. To block your view of your faster opponent, Stain chuckled, gravity bringing his most recent jump down to earth as he made it through the frozen barricade. Is not wise. Come and get me then, Todoroki replied airily, setting his left arm ablaze to send flame Stain's way. However, two knives were thrown, cutting deep into the boy's arm and making large wounds, cutting off his fire out of surprise and pain. You're pretty okay in my book. Unlike this fool. Stain grinned, making a large jump with his sword poised to instantly kill. He was right above the pro-hero native, and Todoroki wouldn't be able to stop him in time. No! Izuku screamed, though before the boy could make any sort of move, red lighting flashed past him and slammed into the Alpha, sending him flying back. Sorry guys? I didn't mean to be late. Also, thanks for the heads up, Yamada. Kirishima gave a toothy grin and he grabbed the smaller male's shoulder and put him behind him. Kirishima! Get Todoroki, Yamada, and the pro out of here now. Ida ordered while Kirishima scoffed playfully. And miss out on this fight. Not a chance. Besides, I doubt they'd let me. Kirishima replied. I'm getting sick of you kids. Stain roared as he two knives for Kirishima and Todoroki, though before either of them could make a move to block them or get out of the way, two shadows blocked them, causing the knives to embed themselves within the hazing mist. Kirishima then shot an air blast at the killer, knocking him back. Izuku! Todoroki shouted while Izuku stared in shock at his movements. I can move for some reason? A time limit? Todoroki inquired. No, he was the last of us to get paralyzed, I was the first. It can't be. Native shouted, the pro still paralyzed, while Izuku quickly sent a shadow to wrap around the pro and bring him closer to the group, behind Todoroki and Kirishima. DMN this kid and his O-type blood. Stain thought darkly as he then charged forward, aiming for Izuku. Only for Kirishima to grab the Omega and hike him over his shoulder as he powered up one for all and round-kicked the older Alpha in the face. I see you have gotten better with your quirk since the sports festival, Kirishima, Todoroki stated as he pulled Izuku from the redhead, while Izuku immediately went to check on Ida and the pro. Yeah. You could say that. I've got 3 guesses as to why I was freed first and not the others. It's either the toll of how many people he uses his quirk on, how much blood he ingests, or the blood type. Izuku explained as he went to stand next to Todoroki. The last one. I'm blood. Type B, Native whispered. Type A, Ida said through gritted teeth. Right on, little one. You're smart, aren't you? Stain laughed. It doesn't help us to know what he can do, does it? Izuku breathed. I guess we can't just carry those two out of here, Todoroki responded quietly, holding his stabbed arm. We just have to buy the pros time before they get here. We can avoid close combat. No, Izuku interjected, looking at Todoroki. You've lost too much blood already. I have the best shot at distracting him up front, and all you have to do is support from behind and guard the others. Sound like a plan? It's a pretty big risk, Kirishima looked down at the short boy. But we can do it. 3 against 1? This won't be easy. Stain muttered to himself from afar. Ida, I've been worried about you since your brother was attacked. I didn't think you would go this far. I recognized the face of someone drowning in resentment, however, and I'm sorry I could help you earlier alongside Yamada. But now, just hold on. Todoroki thought. Kirishima went in for another round of close and brief combat. Todoroki anticipated the Alpha's attack windows and shot his ice or fire whenever he could to help aid the redhead. Izuku had asked earlier why he was using his fire out of surprise, but all it took was to see his old man work and use his flames. If his fire could save someone, Todoroki could set aside his grudge more and more now to do so. It was all so simple. He knew that Ida would one day have to come to similar terms with his idea of justice. Just a few words had shattered his years of hate and bitterness. It was all so simple now. Suddenly, Izuku cried out in pain. His back slammed against one of the alley walls and H's shadows disappeared. Stain had cut his leg with another small graze. Laughing insanely, Stain lunged at the fallen Omega. His attacks are so different from before. Izuku thought in his head as Stain was thrown back by Todoroki's flames. Yamada! Kirishima yelled. Stain liked his blade, landing lightly on his large boots. Izuku yelped in pain and doubled over, freezing as he was paralyzed. Todoroki saw this and turned back to the hero killer with an angry expression. Todoroki sent another wave of ice at a nearing Stain, while Kirishima ran along the wall and went to engage in close combat once more as he hardened his body. Leave. Ida can't watch this. Ida whispered at Todoroki. The dual-hailed Omega clenched his jaw in frustration as Stain launched himself at the dual-haired boy. You want to make your brother proud? Todoroki yelled. Then get up and be ingenium. Become the hero he wanted you to be. Todoroki's side was set aflame and Ida's eyes widened. He had made a promise to beat Stain. He had sworn it. And now Izuku, Kirishima, and Todoroki were going to be killed, along with the pro because he couldn't do it the first time. Ida couldn't allow it. He couldn't allow his friends to befall a death that was his fault. He would become ingenium. He would bring honor to his brother's name. Ida moved his fingers.